Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predicted with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far.
No idea what happened with that opening. I was getting like a double playback, so I had to cut it.
Oh, okay.
I liked it. I was jamming.
That abruptly ended.
That's you, blinded.
What? Blinded. I didn't even touch anything.
Blinded.
It abruptly ended, and then we're all like deer caught in headlights, or at least I am, because I'm the only one who's got his face, which is fine. It's totally fine.
We're looking like real professionals here with our guest.
It's okay.
I know what it is. I know what it is, fellas.
And then he muted me. What did I do?
Hold on.
Technical difficulties.
I didn't do anything because I have the permission, but I didn't do anything. It just cut off, which was strange.
It was me.
Okay.
I fucked up.
Not to put you on the spot.
It was me. I had Twitter open, and for some reason, Twitter decided to start playing the show in the tweet that I just put out to let people know we were live.
Wow, Twitter's having
what?
That's weird.
I mean, I'm not on it anymore, but I saw even today some engineer erased a bunch of code, and then they had fired the people a few months ago that could fix it, and so they were scrambling.
Oh no!
Yeah. They put out a thing saying technical difficulties for many of you. Were on it and working hard to fix it. So yeah. Saw
wow.
Circulating in the news.
Yeah. So apparently what had happened, I had Twitter open. I tweeted out the show was going to go live. I lived on StreamYards, and then Twitter decided to start autoplaying the video because it embeds the tweet.
Oh yeah.
It started autoplaying. So in my ear, I was hearing double, and I was confused as to why I was hearing double.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Twitter.
Yeah. All right. What's up, meatbags? It's the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGD. That was us screwing up the opening. We are total professionals here. I'm joined, of course, by my co-host, Blinded Braille and Hammock Man, and our special guest, Hollywood actor, writer, producer, butt double, Shaun O'Rourke.
I'm glad you remembered that. That's good. It's a good story.
We're going to hear that story, and we're going to hear how he was the tentacle in a nice Japanese movie.
A hentai. I played a tentacle. Yeah, it made noise.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but why? You know what? Since you opened Pandora's box with the butt double thing, why don't we tackle that one? That's pretty fun. That's a fun story. I was working on. Are you guys familiar with the show Eastbound and Down?
Yeah,
the Danny McBride show.
Yeah.
So I worked on 3 of the 4 seasons. I think it was season 3 they took to Puerto Rico because they on location. So none of us, went down there to do it. But so working on that, I was at the time I was in the production office, working in the production office, and there was a casting. They were trying to cast. There's this montage scene that appeared in 3 episodes where Danny is training himself like Rocky to get back into shape and all. It was literally like a Rocky montage, and it cuts to a hypodermic needle going into an ass cheek and pushing down to pretend he's doing steroids. So they reached out to the casting people that cast the show, and they said, "Can you find someone?" They said Danny and David Gordon Green was the director of this episode. They said they're looking for someone that'll really take a syringe in the ass cheek, and they want to have it filled with saline. So when they push the plunger, they'll have a super close up and you'll see the fluid start to go through and all this kind of stuff. And the casting people were like, no, we're not asking, we're not going to go find someone. And this is an Emmy award-winning casting company, and they refused. They were like, we're not going to go ask people to take a real needle in the ass. And so one of my bosses joked on the show, and to this day, I owe him big time for it, because he goes, hey, Shaun will take it in the ass, but he was just cracking a joke, right? And now it's like, oh, you probably couldn't get away with saying that stuff, but he did. He was like, Shaun will take it in the ass. There was this joke, and so finally, like, it started to really bubble up in the production office, and it got to other departments, and then the producers were like, well, yeah, will you do that? And at the time, what they didn't realize was I had a cat that has long passed away, but it was diabetic. So I would give this cat 2 insulin shots a day, once in the morning, once at night. So I was used to using hypodermic needles, had no problem with it. So I was like, yeah, I could do it. I'd never done it to myself before, but they were like, you know what? Yeah, we're just going to pay you. We're going to pay you like a small contract fee of $250 to do it. And this is HBO, and I'm already working on the show. And so I'm like, $250. Oh yeah. Okay. That's good. That's good drinking money. I'll go out for the weekend, blow it, whatever. So if you've seen the show, Danny, he wears thongs. So they sent me to wardrobe. And they sent me to wardrobe, and they picked out, because this was a montage in 3 episodes. I had to get fitted with 3 different thongs in 3 different colors. And then he's got this tan. And if you've ever seen any of the promos, he takes off his sunglasses, and he's got the big white racing stripes across his eyes and stuff like that. And so they spray tanned me so that I would have a white thong on the back, right? And nice. But I had to go. I went over to hair and makeup, and they were like, all right, drop your drawers. And I just had to moon. And luckily, Julie Delaney, I've known her for years. She's a pretty famous makeup artist and hair. And she just smacked my ass and said, looking good. You look just like Danny's ass. And I was like, well, I don't know if that's a compliment or not. I can't figure that one out. And so anyway, I go, and then they send me to set after my butt's been airbrushed and I've got the thongs, and I get there to set, and they're like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. And they had a doctor on set, and the doctor, he's sitting there, and he's preparing each needle for each take. So there's like 5 needles, fully prepared, everything. He brings me off to the side, and he's like, okay, this is how you're gonna do it. And he goes through this whole thing about how I'm gonna do the needles. I'm like, okay, cool, I got this. But I'd never done it before. So we do 5 takes total. So we do take 1, I pop it in, push the plunger down slowly. I think I was wearing like a hot pink a thong at the time. I pull my pants down so my ass cheeks hanging out. And it went, I didn't even feel the needle go in. The needles was perfect. Like the guy even said, like, he goes, the needle technology is great. These are real thin. You're not going to feel it go in if you hit the real fatty part of your ass cheek. And the DP is like pushing Tim Orr. He's got the camera right up on my ass. And while I'm doing this with my ass hanging, there is 40 crew members all around. And there's a place called Video Village where there's monitors for the directors and actors and producers and stuff to watch what's going down. And when I did the first needle, like almost half the guys in the room turned their eyes because they were like squeamish with needles. They didn't want to see it go in. And so action, boom, do it. Okay, done. All right, reset. So the doctor's coming in with another needle. He's walking in. Okay, here's the next one. And so we do another take, and then we switch out the thong, and then we do it. And then so the doctor comes in like on take, I think it was like take 4. Yeah, he comes in on take 4, and he goes, all right. He goes, listen, I notice the more you're doing it, the more you're going in like at a bad angle. And he goes, if you go in straight, you're going to be fine. But if you keep going in at this angle, you're going to hit the blood vessels and you're going to bleed out. And so I was
my God.
So well, not bleed out is like, not bleed out is in like die. You're going to bleed out. Right. You're just going to, right. So I'm like, here's my actor in me going, oh, let's see, what should I? So on the next take, I went in at an angle, And instead of just pulling out fast, I pulled out slow, and the needle, because it went in an angle, was pulling the skin backwards, and then it snapped and the needle came out and blood just came trickling down. And all I hear from Video Village is Danny McBride and David Gordon Green going, well, I don't want to drop the F-bomb on the.
No, go ahead.
All I hear is shouting from Video Village, fuck yeah, that's great. Anyway, that take made it into one of the montages with the blood coming out. And so
awesome.
I finished the bit, which only took a half an hour's worth of work. Like, I'm talking a half an hour's worth of work. I go back to the production office because I'm on payroll, right?
Yeah.
A couple of days later, HBO finds out what happened. They didn't know that this went down. And they went to the producers like, you had somebody do what? They're looking at the dailies. And so all of a sudden they come to my desk with 3 contracts for 3 separate episodes. Granted, I thought I was just going to get a $250 stipend in my check. $1,000 for each episode. $3,000 HBO paid me because they upgraded.
Hell yeah.
They upgraded it to like a stunt. So I literally paid my mortgage for like 3 months off these paychecks.
Off his ass.
Off the ass. Oh. And I always thank, Danny McBride for paying my mortgage for 3 months with my ass. But, and it's just funny because it was a joke. Because they even had contemplated using these fake needles that protract in when you stick it in, but they were like really hell bent on because these guys, if you've ever seen any of their movies where they're whether it be Eastbound and Down or you see like Righteous Gemstones or any of this stuff, like these guys are like they are a blast to work with. They're absolutely a blast to work with. They improv all the time. They're changing stuff up. I remember sitting and getting a memo from HBO. After the first pilot, the dailies, or the second episode, because the pilot was shot a year prior. And what happened was there was a Writers Guild strike. So it shut down the show and they couldn't go into production. So a year later, they come back to start doing the season. And we start on episode 2. And after the dailies were going back to HBO, a memo comes down. I still have that memo. I might be able to pull it up. But it was literally like, it said, could you please try to refrain from using the word fuck? And here are options that you can use. And it was literally a list. That's why I printed it out. I saved it, the digital copy. I printed it out. I had it hanging on the wall for a long time. It was like, son of a bitch, asshole, prick, fuck. But I mean, it was just like 30 words you could substitute for the F-bomb. And of course, they didn't listen to the memo. It was just a suggestion. But they were really worried because every other word was like, fuck, 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 out of Danny McBride's mouth. Because they did it. They improved a lot of, they stuck to the script, but they would do a couple of takes and then they would do a couple of alt takes. And then somebody would be off camera going, say this. And then they'd fucking say this. Or, hey, try this. And then they'd just say this. And so they had a lot of fun. But when you're the creators and the writers, you can do that. If it was a different show, a writer might go, hey, you can't be doing the improv and stuff. Kind of like Lawrence Kasdan was with Solo, which is why those Lord and Miller were let go, because they kept improving on the script, and you don't do that to Lawrence Kasdan. So anyway, yeah. So that was my story there with Eastbound and Down, and I absolutely, those 3 years that I worked on that show were just absolutely fantastic. There's a couple of shows out of all the movies I've worked on that are very dear to my heart. And it's interesting because the ones that I love the most are like, I did We're the Millers, with Jennifer Aniston, Jason Sudeikis. I worked on that one, and the cast and crew on that was just fantastic. And same with Eastbound and Down. Although Eastbound and Down, it wears you down because everything's changing and everything's, there's a lot of improv. There's a lot, so it wore me down because you're working 12 to 15 hours a day, 5 days a week. And you're doing that for 6-7 months, and it'll crush you. Working in the film industry is for a certain type of person. And I remember I once recommended somebody was like, oh, I want to be in the business. And I was like, are you sure? I was like, dude, it's like 15-hour days, man. And
wow.
So you're talking like a huge commitment. Oh, dude, I could do this. Yeah. And I was telling him how much I got paid, what the money was like. Oh man, I'm definitely doing this, dude. Like 4 days in, he was just exhausted and quit the show the next week. And I was like, you fucker. And I was like, and that was years ago. And it's very rare I ever recommend somebody ever again and put my reputation on the line like that. I'm just like, nah.
He ruined it for all of us. Now we're never going to get jobs in Hollywood off of Shaun.
No, I mean, well, yeah. Well, no, I mean, because really, like I've spent 20 years building my reputation, and if you recommend somebody in the film industry and they screw you over, the people remember, and then you don't work, or they're like, yeah, you ain't working on this movie. Yeah, we remember what happened last time. And you got to hope that they don't hold grudges against you like that. And nobody did when he quit, but it was just disappointing for me as an individual, because I'll put my neck out on the line for anyone. But if you burn me, I mean, but I think that's with anyone with any kind of career, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I never recommend anyone for my job.
What do you porn star? Is that? No, I'm kidding.
I spread my butt cheeks, says my content.
Whoa, hey. Whoa.
That's a new one. We're going to clip that.
That's not a new one. I've told the story before. Remember that year that you went to a community college? I got approached by a dude for Playgirl magazine. You probably didn't hear of it because I went under the name Mike Honcho. I did a spread, full spread.
No, you didn't. Did you?
I spread my butt cheeks. It's from a movie.
Wow.
It's from the Talladega Nights.
Oh. Gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
That was shot in my neck of the woods. That was shot about 4 hours from here. Talladega Nights. It's real sad what happened to that one kid. Grew up and committed suicide.
Noah Jetty says, just Googled Shaun. I thought it was our Shaun from Rhode Island.
From Rhode Island. Your insights on the film industry. Oh yeah, man. I'm having fun.
So usually we start off by asking people how their week was. We kind of went off script a little.
Oh yeah, sorry, because I jumped.
No, it was because we fucked up the intro.
No, it was Tony messed it up.
I messed it up.
How's everybody's week then? Who's jumping in? Go ahead. Who's going?
Blinded. How's your week?
Average. Nothing interesting.
Nothing interesting? Come on.
No. I mean, it's just writing, playing games, working on other stuff. Yeah, it's kind of boring. Boring stuff.
What are you working at? I see you put out another hot takes video.
Yeah, that one was yesterday, just because tomorrow everybody's watching the Super Bowl and they're watching trailers and stuff. So one was on DC, but I mean, it was kind of interesting. It was just me and my buddy just sort of talking about. We don't really like the DC movies, so we kind of have our own ideas of what we wanted to see with like Man of Steel and Justice League and Batman vs Superman. So I mean, the whole point of the podcast is just going through movies that we didn't like that have issues that we would fix. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of fun. I'm just doing it for fun right now. So yeah,
I think that's cool.
Yeah, he started it without telling anybody. He just slipped it in one day. I showed up and I see people commenting like, "Oh man, Tony didn't even watch Blinded's video. He's not supporting his guy." I'm like, I didn't even know about it. He didn't even tell me.
Well, right now it's just like a New Year's resolution because
the baby bird just.
I'm not expecting much. Yeah, I guess so. I come back though.
Every once in a while. How about you, Hammock man? How's your week been?
Oh, it's just been thrilling. Just going to work and everything. It's been great. No, it's been fine. I finally made it to my weekend. I had to work today, so pretty pumped about the Super Bowl tomorrow. Got our snack spread ready to go. So we're doing some ribs, 7-layer dip, a bunch of snacks and stuff. So pumped about that. I don't know, the teams I'm not too thrilled about, but it's still Super Bowl. It's a big game. Commercials will be fun. So that's gonna be my highlight this weekend. But other than that, yeah, it's been good. Man, how about you, Tony? How was your week?
My week has been awesome. It's been my week's always fantastic. I don't know if you guys seen. I stopped drinking Monsters, started smoking cigarettes.
Yes. That was wild.
Sean don't know this, but I drink like 3 Monsters a day, and everybody's telling me always to quit.
Jesus Christ! You know how bad that is, though.
Yeah, I know.
That's what everyone says.
That's what we tell him.
Have you ever read the back of the label? That's like to only drink 1 per 12 hours. Like, are you not reading the back of the label?
He doesn't care.
Even Red Bull has a warning on it, because of the taurine. Yeah. The one you want to stay away from, though, is there's one you want to stay away from because it has what they call super creatine in it, but they don't list the dosage, and it could literally block your arteries.
Ooh.
It's called what's the name of that thing? Bimp? No, it's another energy drink. I just Bing. That's it. That's the ones. Don't drink that.
Oh
shit.
yeah, those are
nasty.
Those are like
literally.
Those are high. Those are like high powered.
No,
those are like high powered energy drinks.
Yeah. I try to stay away from energy. I'm coffee. I'll drink coffee if I need that kind of energy. Monster drinks are good. I mean, I've had them in the past, but I stopped drinking them a long time ago. Yeah.
Well,
they taste like shit.
Yeah, it tastes fantastic. What are you talking about?
No.
I've been drinking them since I was like 15. Okay.
Well, that's why.
Oh man.
Well, hey, look, if you're smoke back to smoking cigarette, if you're going to smoke instead, that's, at least that's a slow death versus the monster drink that can kill your heart. I mean, it's like, at least you'll stick around a lot longer with the cigarettes. I mean, you got to look at it. They got to find the bright side, the silver lining and everything.
So,
there you go.
I don't know if everybody's seen the short, but so I'll pull it up so you guys can see. It was actually a joke, right? So what happened was, a little inside baseball. Everybody's always giving me shit about the energy drinks. I put out a video showing all the cans I had of energy drinks. God.
Let me see.
So I put day 1 without energy drinks, and I said, look, I'm no longer drinking energy drinks, I'm just smoking cigarettes.
That's funny.
And, these are actually my parents. My parents smoke. And
I was gonna say cool. Yeah, that's a little
tools. Yeah,
that's old school right there.
And so they save.
That's menthol.
Boxes.
Aren't those menthol? Those are menthol, aren't they?
No, they're not.
Menthol.
No, I think they outlawed menthol in the U.S. now. It's not even allowed. I don't think.
Oh, you're right. They did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
but they probably saved the points.
Mad.
They saved the points on the thing, so they could get like a free carton.
Yeah. So they saved the points, and they had a bunch of them. So I was over there, and I was like, "Oh, let me take a picture of this. Let's take a little video and tell people that they stop smoking." So that was that. But it was because these guys they saw the other video that I did, and I'll pull that up right now. I put, "Am I addicted?" I said, "There's 1 week of energy drinks." Yeah,
but at least you've got the sugar-free, Red Bull in there.
All the Monsters are sugar-free.
Oh well, yeah, but it's the taurine
that's something.
That'll jack your heart up. That's what you got to watch out for. Is the taurine. Pancreas still working. That's great.
Oh yeah, that's because we read an article about how a guy drank too many and it like dissolved his pancreas.
Oh Jesus!
Oh my God!
It's like a dog eating turkey skin, is blowing ass everywhere with it, because that's what'll happen if you drink too many. Now, if you're constipated, it'd be all right.
No, I'm regular, quite regular.
Oh, good.
So
good to hear, Tony. We're glad.
I know you guys.
It's a little deeper than I wanted to go. No pun intended.
We went from ass talk to shit talk.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah,
it's all connected. Other than that,
I was just gonna say I'm looking forward to the Super Bowl, only because I'm a 49er fan. So the Eagles beat the Niners in the last game, and it was really brutal because my wife is an Eagles fan, and all her relatives. So I was one 49er fan in a room of Eagles fans, but I pull for the Eagles.
Poor guy.
I pull for the Eagles when for my wife, all that kind of stuff. And they all got to watch their first Super Bowl in history a couple of years ago. And so they're really amped about this again. But when the Niners got beat, I was like, oh man, this sucks. And because it was going to suck either way, they were going to lose, she'd rub it in. If I won, they would all just like want to cut my throats, because that's how Eagles fans act.
Phillies fans are brutal.
Yeah. So anyway, it's calmed down, and now they're really excited, and everyone's just hoping Kansas City, Mahomes, messes up his ankle again, or it's not really healed. And so we're all hoping to get another Super Bowl win. So but like you, I made a salmon dip today with smoked salmon, but we've got all these spreads. We got the pizza rolls. We got, we're going to have so much junk food because we were going to get dinner and we were like, nah, let's just graze. So we just bought a bunch of apps and we're going to have things coming in and out of the oven and pretzels and all sorts of stuff. So we're excited.
That's what we got going on.
Super Bowl's cool.
I guess I'm not a big sports guy.
Let me ask a question real quick. 49ers question. Who do you think is gonna be your quarterback next year? Do you think they're gonna try roll with Trey Lance, or do you think they're gonna try to give Brock Purdy a chance? And I know Purdy might be injured a little bit, so it'll be interesting to see when he comes back, if Trey Lance will actually play well, or
this was my take on it. If they would have played well and he did not get hurt, Brock Purdy, because he's a third string, would have been offered like $50 million to go to another team. He'd be gone. You think the guy would be gone? But since he's injured, now they're like, wait a minute. We don't know if we want this guy because of the injury. We don't know if now that hurt his throwing arm. So now there's this weird thing. But Lance, Trey Lance, he hurt himself in the beginning of the season or halfway through the season.
Yeah, he did.
And running quarterbacks don't normally win Super Bowls. They, you got your flukes every once in a while, but it's pocket passers that win the game. And so anytime you run, you're going to risk yourself. And the thing about Brock Purdy that I liked was he had the old school kind of stay in the pocket, run only if you need to. But then when they have, when you look at the Eagles, they've got Jalen Hurts and he's a run guy. Like the minute he loses his looks, the guy's taken off. But see, that's if you don't slide and you go forward, you're going to get concussions. And so I don't know, but it'll be interesting. Garoppolo, I still think, they've been waiting for his shoulder injury to heal so that he could be traded. And for them to go to their fourth string quarterback, this guy that was brought in on an emergency thing because they lost
Irrelevant.
Oh, Mr. Johnson. I feel so bad because then he got a concussion in his first play as a fourth string jumping in.
That's awful.
They killed him. And I was like, this is terrible. And so I don't know what's going to happen next year. I knew what was going to happen if Brock Purdy had kept going, because he'd be traded. He'd be offered money he couldn't refuse. Now, all of it's up in the air. We'll see. But again, like I tell my wife all the time, we've got 5 Super Bowl wins, 6 Super Bowl appearances.
Oh, yeah.
So like me, I'm good, man. Like if they never won another Super Bowl the rest of my life, I'm good. My wife, she's trying to get that dynasty thing going with the Eagles. I don't know if they're, I'd love for them to win just for my wife, because then I know, hey, I'm going to get laid. So,
it's always
if
good.
They lose, I don't.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's it. Got to keep her happy, man.
Always.
Absolutely. Happy wife, happy life.
That's what my father-in-law says all the time. Happy wife, happy life.
I don't know. I'm going with
true,
no wife,
though. It's
happy
true.
Life, because I kick mine to the curb.
Well, that too, but
if you got a bad one, let it go, man.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Good
I said, I'm gonna be like Elsa. I gotta let it go.
Let it go.
So yeah. So other than the picking up smoking and stop drinking, my week's been good. I was on a Mad Max movie stream the other day, and EVS. Ethan Van Sciver was on there, and I got a review copy of Cyberfrog 2. That seemed to piss off a few people. But yeah, so I reviewed that.
It wouldn't be normal if we weren't pissing people off.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've pissed off quite a few people this week. I have this rare ability.
Yeah.
It's better to be pissed off than pissed on. That's what I always say, unless you're into that.
Oh, God. Golden shower.
Yeah. No, not me.
No.
Yeah, so, it's been a fantastic week. All right. But some people were asking, who are you, Shaun? So let me delve into it. How did you get your start in Hollywood?
It's funny. Hollywood's it's a relative term. I've been working in the film industry for over 20 years. Both in front of and behind the camera. I started off as like an actor. I'm going to make it in Hollywood. I'm going to be the next Brad Pitt, blah, 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 blah. And as time goes on, when you realize you're not the next Brad Pitt, you know, I segued. The film industry is in my blood. So like, I knew if I couldn't be in front of the camera all the time, I would produce or I would work on shows and so forth. And so we're just really lucky in my area. You know, I live in North Carolina. And Wilmington, North Carolina is right on the coast, and we have the largest studio complex on the East Coast. And we've been making movies here since 1981, over 350 films, over a dozen television series, and they just keep rolling in and in and in. We were the number 3 movie making state for almost 20 years, right behind New York and LA. And then when all the other states started creating film incentives to attract that Hollywood money, you know, we fell. Right now we're number 8 in the country, but that's okay, because we're still, I mean, like I said, we got four shows just cranking right up here. And, you know, we have a crew base of about 1,200. We used to have 4,000, but when everything started going to like Georgia, which is our neighboring state, a lot of the people here moved to go work on projects there, and they just never came back and sold their homes and things like that. But a lot of us stayed behind because, you know, these things are cyclical. So we knew that we would be bouncing back. And a lot of times it's so busy in Georgia when a movie or TV show tries to go into Georgia and there's like 50 shows going on all across the state. They're like, there's no crew there. So where's the next state? And they're like, oh, North Carolina's right next to it. So you roll right over there. So, but we've been making movies here for a long time. So I knew that I had a good in. I did live in Los Angeles for a while. But you know, I kind of grew up in North Carolina. So, you know, my family's all here. We were from up north, New Jersey, but when I was 8 years old, we moved down to North Carolina. And so I grew up here, and, you know, it just was one of those deals where I just kept pounding the pavement until, you know, I started getting where I wanted to be in my career, and I just never looked back. And what's really cool is I can work on a TV show, and it depends on the show. Like a lot of times I'm working in logistics with the transportation department. Like a lot of times I'll drive the camera truck, which is like a 10-ton truck or a 5-ton truck. And I'm responsible for $500,000 worth of equipment in my particular truck for the entire camera department. So we'll have like 3 Aries, and you're talking $90,000 camera bodies. We'll have 3 of them on the truck. We'll have lenses that are $40,000 a piece, you know, and we've got battery packs. So everything's in the camera truck, including where the digital guy takes the footage and transfers it to hard drives before it gets shipped to Los Angeles or wherever the post-production house is. So
you're the guy to talk to if we're going to pirate it.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, if I don't show up to work, the show doesn't get made. So it's like, so in that position, they only put really reliable people they know they can count on in that position, because it's the responsibility is insane.
So not a blinded position is what you're saying.
No.
Oh, you put them.
And so, but also, like, you know, I worked in accounting on a Blumhouse film. I've worked in the production office. I worked in locations. So I've worked in multiple departments over the course of my career. And then when a show's over, like the one I just finished for Amazon Studios, I'll audition or I'll start to produce stuff myself, whether it's, you know, a friend will call me and say, hey, you know, I've got a short film I'm going to do. Will you help me produce it? Yeah. Or if someone's like, hey, can you help me prep a movie? You know, while I worked on all 3 seasons of Under the Dome for CBS, and on season 2,
I love that show.
I'm glad you did.
I'm one of the only people. I didn't read the book, so I just went in there blind.
Okay, that's great. You know, the first episode, we had 14 million viewers. That was the highest rated show on CBS since Gunsmoke.
Wow.
In the 60s. Yeah. And we went from 14 million viewers on the pilot down to about 10, down to about 8, down to about 6. By the time it was like season 3, we had like 100,000 people watching the show. So that's why it didn't get a season 4, even though it kind of left off in a kind of cliffhanger kind of situation.
Yeah, I didn't watch it until I think it was on like Amazon or something when I watched 3 seasons at once. That
was a great show, man. If you find me on Facebook, I've got a bunch of behind the scenes photos of all sorts of stuff. I mean, I think like 100 or more. I have so many behind the scenes photos from 3 years of Under the Dome that I can't put it all up. Like, I just don't have the time to, you know, go through everything. But it was a great show. I remember on the pilot, Stephen King came out on the pilot, and he just sat down next to me smoking a cigarette. And I'm like, okay, this is Stephen King's here. This is great. And then I was fortunate enough to go work on Mr. Mercedes season 2, which is another Stephen King show. I worked on season 2 of that for Showtime, or no, for the Stars Network. It was the Stars Network. But yeah, so dude, I'm like I have fun, I think, and I just enjoy what I do. And when you work and you give 150%, people notice, and they hire you over and over and over again, because they're like, oh, we can rely on him. We know he's going to be the good guy. We know he's going to show up. I've never missed a day of work, except one time on Journey to the Mysterious Island, the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson film with Michael Caine, and we all got sick that year. There was the flu went around, and it knocked out a bunch of the crew members, even the director. We had to shut the whole film down, and they had to file an insurance claim on the day because
Sean was patient zero.
Yeah, no, it was Michael Caine gave it to me.
Oh my God.
Dude, I kid you not. Michael Caine, he's such a trooper. He had 103 temperature or 102 temperature, something like that.
Wow.
Sick with the flu in his trailer. And I had his current book that was out called The Elephant. I got it somewhere. He signed it, and I was looking on my bookshelf, but it's not there. But I was like, the first AD, the assistant director, was like, I kept saying, hey, can I get him to sign it? And she was like, and she was acting weird, like she was really sick. And she was like, well, just, he's not feeling well, but let's go to the trailer. Let's go to his trailer. We went to his trailer, and I got to meet him and shake his hand. And he goes, and shakes my hand. I'm like,
oh,
shit.
man.
And he signed it, and he was super nice. I mean, we had a good little quick conversation, and then like 24 hours later, boom, I went down. The director went down. Michael Caine went down. Everybody was blowing ass. It was like coming out both ends, throwing up in a can, shitting on the toilet. And they ended up filing an insurance claim for the day. And that's what happens when something like that goes down on a show where everybody gets wiped out. They file a claim for the insurance, and then they get all the labor and all the costs of that particular day back in a check. And that's what they're paying the insurance policy for, is for those things. So yeah, I don't know where the hell I was going with that story, but the fact that I'd never missed a day of work. Yeah. And that was the only time. But if you're going to get sick and you're going to get the flu, you get it from Michael Caine.
Yeah.
and you give it to everyone.
They shut down,
Yeah. So that was fun.
So who's like the worst person that you met? Like, we wouldn't expect that you met out there. Like, he puts on a nice guy persona, but then you see him, you met him on set or something, the guy was just
this is a tricky one.
He might not want to answer that.
The thing is, there's somebody that's alive that I don't think will be alive too much longer, and then I'll probably tell some stories. But I just, it's interesting because you'll meet people, and what you have to take into consideration is a lot of people, especially actors that have been in the business a long time. They live in a different world than we do, because everything's been kind of, after a while, everything's been handed to them. They expect everything. They expect the world. But I'll tell you the good people. I think I'd rather do that. Let me tell you the good people.
Yeah, let's hear that.
So Viola Davis is fantastic. So, if you're watching, a Peacemaker or any of this, like the Suicide Squad and stuff like that, but she's done so many movies. I did a movie called Nights in Rodanthe, which was a Nicholas Sparks film. It was one of these romantic films with Richard Gere and Diane Lane, and Viola was in the film, and she was just super nice to everybody. Oh my God, super nice to everybody. And so she's like the class act. I've followed her career since 2006 when I worked on that film. Or it came out in 2000. No, we shot it in 2006. It was out in 2007. I've followed her career ever since then. And she had a career prior to that, but to see what she's done in the last 8 years has just been mind blowing. And so if you ever run into her, she's just absolutely a breath of fresh air. And in that same token, Diane Lane, fantastic. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out why, what's his name, divorced her. the guy who played Thanos. What's the actor's name?
Oh, Josh Brolin.
Josh Brolin. Yeah, they were together, and then they got divorced. And I was like, and I just remembered what's wrong with him? Look at her. It's Diane Lane.
Oh, my
I
dad
think he had
has
his
a
own
crush
issues,
on.
but
Yeah.
My dad had a thing for Diane Lane since she was in like what was it, The Outsiders, I think.
Oh, The Outsiders. Yeah. Well, she was like 16 when she did The Outsiders. I don't know, your dad had a thing.
Oh, he was
scandalous.
He's not that old.
Okay. I don't know. But
It's not like he had a thing for. He seen The Outsiders last week. I mean, he was.
Oh yeah. 16.
No, I saw The Outsiders when I was a kid. So I was pounding it. Watching that movie, looking at her. But I liked her in I liked her in Streets of Fire. That was my movie. It was a movie with Michael Pare and Rick Moranis, and she was in it. It's a really good film. If you ever get a chance to see it,
I've never seen that.
Way
Never
before
seen Streets of Fire.
Streets of Fire.
No, I haven't.
It was
That's
way.
your buddy Carl's favorite movie.
no.
Is it?
Oh.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is. Carl came on this show several times when he was part of the show to let us know that he loved Streets of Fire.
Well,
Sorry, Carl.
I had Diane Lane sign my DVD of Streets of Fire, and then I had some cracked out roommate a couple of years later pawned all my DVDs on me. Because he pawned the one that was signed by Diane Lane.
An asshole!
I wanted to kill him. So when I I had a girlfriend that was working on a show, and she got Sean Young to sign a copy of Blade Runner for me. So that shit's in my safe.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
It's in my safe. I'm never letting that one out of my sight. But yeah, Streets of Fire is a good movie, guys. If you ever get a chance to see it, what's really interesting about that movie is Diane Lane was in that. Worked with her on that. Michael Pare, who was the other lead in that film. I happened to do a movie with him where I acted in scenes with him back in 2015. I think it was 2015, and it was a Western. I went out to California. I was out in California, and we went to Coachella, where they have all these fake Western towns that are out there in the middle of the desert, built for people to come film in. And we shot this movie called Traded, and it was basically like a version of Taken, but in the Old West, where this daughter was taken, and they were going to make her a prostitute in a brothel and all that kind of stuff. And the father was going after him. And if you remember the movie Taken, you guys have all seen Taken. Remember the guy when they first landed that was like, hey, you want to share a cab? And then he was the one that helped kidnap the girls.
Captor,
yeah.
That was me in that movie. I was the guy that was like, hey.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I was
awesome.
I was like, hey, what you doing? And she's like, I'm getting a ticket to go to the next town over. And I'm like, you traveling by yourself? It was like, I was creepy, creepy, it was gross the character I played, but it was fun.
I was going to ask you, is that fun playing roles like that? I was going to ask you, that's got to be kind of fun playing like a villain.
Oh, absolutely. It's easier to play villains than it is to play good guys, heroes. Because it's so opposite of what I am in person, or when you talk to me, I'm just like this. This is me. But when you get to be mean and you get to just I mean, it's great. It's great. There's nothing like being that guy. And then in that film, just like Liam Neeson goes after the people, Michael Pare goes after, and then he figures out I'm the guy that tipped and he punches me, breaks my nose, blood's everywhere in the thing. And I come running out to his wife that's with him trying to find the daughter. And I'm like, look what he did to my nose. And I got blood all over my face and everything.
Yeah.
And so
I remember that.
So it was really cool to do that film. And my friend who's a director out in Los Angeles, he's done 13 or 14 films. He just won an Emmy for a TV series he's producing. He called me up. My dad died in 2015, and he called me up and he said, dude, just come be in my Western. Just come on out. I'll put you in the film. I didn't have to read for nothing. And when he first talked to me about it, he said, we're just going to have you in the background and we'll let you get shot. And so I get out there and they put me in this wardrobe, which is a cowboy hat, the whole 9 yards. And I thought I was just going to get shot in the scene. And then all these people are on the phone. They're all on the phone. And Henry Penzie, who was one of the producers on that movie, they call him Henry the Hamster. Okay. He is Mark Wahlberg's real life friend who was the person who inspired Turtle on Entourage. Okay. And Henry Penzie's good friends with Gronk. And he's always, I always see him on Facebook hanging out with Gronk and all that stuff. He's a big Patriots fan. They're all from Boston, all these guys. So Henry Penzie's on the phone. He's doing his thing. Well, they didn't get to my scene that day where I'm supposed to get shot. I was just going to be a guy in the background that gets shot in a shootout. So I go back to the hotel. I go back out to the desert the next day, and they're like, "Okay, we'll get to you. And everyone's scrambling on the phone. I don't know what's going on. So I was like, "Okay, you know what? I told my buddy, I said, don't worry about it. Look, I'm just going to leave, and I'm going to go to the resort, which is down the road." And he, okay, but you just be ready by your phone. Okay, be ready by your phone, and we'll call you. Come back out to the desert. Well, all of a sudden, like they call me the next day, and I'm like, man, I've decided I'll pass. I appreciate the offer and you guys trying to hook me up and take care of me and my buddy. And this was the first AD, and he translated that or gave that message to my friend Tim, who was the director and producer. And when he calls me up, "What are you doing? Get your ass out here in the desert. I need you." And I've known him for years. We go way back. And I was like, "Okay, fine. Oh my God." And so I go back out in the desert, and I get out there and I go into my trailer, and my wardrobe's different. And I'm like, what is this? What my wardrobe's different? So I get in the wardrobe and I come out, and the one of the set PAs hands me a script. It's 6 pages of dialogue. And I'm like,
"Oh, wow."
I was like, what's going on? What's going on? Why am I was like, this is 3 scenes, 6 pages of dialogue. You want me to learn this in 20 minutes? And then I got a scene with Michael Pare. He's going to punch me in the face. And I got all this stuff. And he goes, "I know you can do it." And he walks away.
Oh God.
Come to find out, they were trying to get and were in negotiations with Billy Bob Thornton to play this part.
Oh, wow.
And
that's awesome.
The last minute, I guess he pulled out, turned it down. So I got the part because Billy Bob said no. And just whatever the reason, I don't know if it was schedule, I don't know if it was money. And so I'm eternally grateful to my friend Tim for giving me that opportunity on that film, because it was great. Chris Christopherson was in the film. I got to hang out a full day with Chris Christopherson and talk with him, and I got a great picture with him and everything, and I got to be it turned out to be a really good role in this film, albeit just 3 scenes, but it was just really nice, and it was kind of a good gift that was given to me by default, because I wasn't the number one guy I was going to be a background guy that gets shot. But my good friend Tim, he was looking out, and he couldn't land Billy Bob. So I was the default, but I ended up doing a really good job, and everybody was pleased with how it turned out. So I was very happy with that.
Nice.
Yeah. So that was a nice rambling thing.
No.
But anyway.
No, we're eating it up. We're loving to hear these stories. Yeah, this is great stuff, man.
Yeah, and I know this. What's your favorite item that you've gotten from a film set? Ooh, let me see. What's something I've stolen? See, this happens all the time on shows, by the way. Sometimes the set decorators or the art department will come up, and they'll have we've done like Under the Dome. I think it was Under the Dome. There's a police station, and they've got all the walls with the wanted posters, and they'll walk around because it's easier instead of like licensing photos. They'll come to you in the production office, and they'll go, "Hey, do you want to be a mugshot on the wall?" "Oh yeah." So they take a picture of you. They take a picture of you, and then they put the wanted stuff and all the information. You sign a release, and it's a free thing. And then your face is hanging on a wall in a scene, And so I said, okay, I had my hair is not as short as it was. It was long, and I just like disheveled it and made it look like I was a complete nut. And they took the photo and they loved it. And then when I see it, it says like child pedophilia. Like they filled it
Oh
with
my
all this
God.
stuff.
Oh no.
And I'm going, what?
That's not what I wanted.
And then of course the art department's like, you signed a release, and so we play joke. People play jokes with you like that on the film sets all the time. But I got that picture. But I wasn't the only one that got that picture. So I work on another show, and my boss brings me into his trailer, and he's got a montage of photos on the wall, and of course, the photos on the wall. So they were laughing because they were in their offices, and they were like, when they saw it, they were like, "Print me out one," and they laminated it. So it's always on the. It's been on the wall for years, and I every time I go into his office, it's hanging there. Me, pedophilia.
Oh my God,
that's great.
Yeah, so
That's
that's
awesome.
cool. I'm trying to think. Sometimes, it's mostly signage. You grab a sign that was like something on a door. If I collected something from every movie, it would just be ridiculous. It'd just be stuff piling up. But it depends. I haven't been on something that I'm like, oh my God, I'm taking that. Because you don't want to get caught with it. You don't want to put shit up on eBay.
Right.
But all my friends work in special effects, and they always have the coolest shit from these things, man. You go to their effects studio and you'll see all sorts of stuff, just hanging there. One of my friends, Tony, he created the Annabelle doll for The Conjuring. And,
Oh wow.
and so, yeah, he created it. I mean, from the whole thing. And he's been contracted by museums and stuff to recreate it for their displays. But he's a super great guy, sculptor, special effects guy. And so, I've wanted an Annabelle doll, and maybe he's watching. I'm gonna have him on my show soon. I keep bugging him to come on my show, because I keep booking. I'm starting to slowly book the people in the film industry that I work with that have great stories that just and that's what happens when you work for a long time. You cultivate these great relationships. But I know the original question was like, were there people that you worked on that were good? But I would say like Diane Lane, Michael Pare was great. If I could say, Richard Gere was great. I'm trying to think. It's funny because I doubt I'll ever work with her again. But Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds' wife, she did a movie called Hick with Chloe Moretz and Eddie Redmayne that I worked on.
Mhm.
And we weren't, none of us were really happy with Blake Lively.
Oh no.
But she had just gotten off. All right. So just to preface this, she had just gotten off Green Lantern, which had $120 million budget back when the superhero movies were first coming online.
Mhm.
And then she comes to do this movie called Hick, which was like I think we had $16 million. So she goes from a movie where they're giving you everything you ask for without a shadow of a doubt. And then she comes on to do an independent, like kind of gritty film, because you're trying to get street cred as an actor to maybe get an Oscar nom or whatever that case may be. And
Right.
she just kind of dialed it in and wasn't too nice to the actors, or not, or the crew. And stuff like the crew. I remember there was a scene where she was in a car with Chloe Moretz and Eddie Redmayne, and like they're supposed to be talking and having this conversation, and all the dialogue was on Blake. And I just remember she had just gotten back from and she probably was jet lagged and things like that, but she had just gotten back from she was nominated for, and she was on a red carpet the night before for top 100 most influential people in fashion. And so she was just out of sorts, and she may not have been prepared. I'm trying to be diplomatic about this, because I don't. She may see this one day and go, "Hey, Shaun, I had my lines down. But what happened was she was in the middle of these monologues, and she finally just like did like this and went, "Can she say something?" because I'm the
Oh,
only one
wow.
talking in this scene, you know. And everybody was like, yeah, but it's the
It's a
scene.
monologue.
Like this is what
but
you're,
this is
this is
The heck?
you know, and it was just because she was, you know. Anyway, I you know, if I worked on something and they were like, oh, she's on this, I'd be like, I mean, I'd still take the job, but I'd steer clear of certain people. Sometimes I joke and I with friends and I'm like, dude, I don't know what Ryan Reynolds was thinking.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, they're happily married, and I'm sure it was just a hiccup. You know, people have these hiccups, you know. But yeah. So anyway, there are some people one day I'm going to talk about, but I can't. But if one of them croaks, I'm telling stories.
Oh, God.
I got some rough stories about people. But anyway, and you guys know, you know, I did a movie last year that I think comes out this year sometime. It's called The Boys of Summer. Mel Gibson's one of the actors in that, and they called me up and they said, and I normally I'll drive the camera truck, but they called me up and they said, hey, Shaun, do you want to drive Mel Gibson for 2.5 weeks, you know, or whatever?
Oh, wow.
And so we became, you know, throughout that process, you know, just familiar with each other, and he shared a lot of stories with me, and we talked, and that's somebody that I absolutely love, and I think he's gotten a really bad rap with the media, you know, and I don't. We talked a lot, and we had dinner together, and stuff like that, and the one thing I would say,
Did a kosher dinner?
I'll tell this story. We went to Ruth's Chris, so it was all about steak.
Nice.
It's all about steak, and so yeah, I'm and you know, it'll be funny if I doubt Mel will ever see this, because he doesn't surf.
Oh, no.
He doesn't surf. he doesn't surf.
That ain't happening.
He doesn't surf YouTube. But let me tell you something. So I'm a pescatarian. So I just eat fish and vegetables. I try to stay as healthy as possible. So we're in the car, and he always sat next to me. Like he wasn't the guy that wanted to be chauffeured in the back. He's front seat. So he's right next to me. So
that's cool.
To me, I'm like, oh my God, I'm driving rigs around. This is great. This is like, you know, this is Lethal Weapon. You know, in my mind, I'm like, this is so we're having conversations, and he's telling me about his 500-acre cattle ranch that he recently sold in Australia, and he's just going on, and he's been doing this since like the 80s. He grass-fed beef. He would even, like, in between shows, he goes down, he wrangles them, helps get them into the trucks to take them to market, and they, you know, the whole 9 yards. And he's going on and on and on about grass-fed meat while we're going to set. Drop them off at set 12 hours later, and I'm there. I'm there on set all day long, watching the filming. I'm staying there, waiting for him to finish. And then I take him back to the trailer. He gets his belongings. We go from there to where they were renting a beach house for him. And so we get off, and he just looks at me, and his assistant's with me. She's in the back seat. I love her to death. We've become good friends. And Felicia, and he goes, we're going to get steaks. You want a steak? Let's get a steak. And I think he's been thinking about it all day long. So we drive like 30 minutes into town to go to Ruth's Chris. And so here I am, and I'm like, oh God. And the whole time I'm like, you know, when he's telling me the stuff earlier about the steak and the meat and how good the protein is, and you need iron, you need the blood. See, he's very alpha. Mel's alpha. He's an alpha male. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. So we get into Ruth's Chris. I haven't really told this story to anyone. I don't believe I've tried
exclusive.
Because it's one of these things that I try to keep it to just friends. But hey, you know what? This is the internet, whatever. So I hold up the menu, and I see in the upper right-hand corner of the menu, it says grilled salmon, and I'm like, yes, this is it. I'm just gonna when the waiter comes up, I'm just gonna order. Waiter comes up, Mel looks at him and goes, "We'll all take the fillet."
Oh no.
So I'm like, oh shit. Like, he just ordered for all three of us the filet mignon. And I go, And I see it says 6 ounce and 8 ounce. And I'm like, well, shit, I haven't had a steak in 8 years at that point. And I'm either going to blow
I just had a steak tonight.
Good for you. I'm glad you did.
Me too, actually.
But the whole time I'm thinking is I'm going to be sitting here. It's going to hit my stomach if I have to eat it. And then I got to drive him 30 minutes back. I'm going to blow ass in the car while he's sitting next to me. So these are the things going through my mouth while he's telling me stories about Braveheart. Because he did. He would tell me stories about Braveheart.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, dude. Like the stuff Mel told me was, I mean, there's things I'm going to take to the grave because he's just such an open, nice guy. So forget what you've heard. I keep saying that. So I go to try to save myself. I'll take the 6 ounce. And he turns to the waiter and goes, no, he'll take the 8. And I go, fuck. And so then he goes, yeah. And then he's ordering all the different because like at Ruth's Chris, it's plates. So it's like you get a thing of sweet potatoes, you get a thing of this, a thing. So he just starts ordering French fries and all sorts of stuff. And it's just Mel and I and Felicia. And we start eating and I cut this steak. And, if you're Ruth's Chris, right before they bring them out, they drop them in a vat of butter before they put them on the plate. So I take this first bite and I had not had a steak in 8 years. It was the best fucking steak I'd ever had in my life. I bet. And I'm like, all right, fuck it. I'm eating this thing, even though, I've been, pescatarian all this time. I ate it. And sure enough, like nothing, I didn't know stomach, nothing. I was perfect. Okay. And I tell this story to some of my coworkers and I was like, God damn it. Cause they know I don't eat meat. And they're like, holy shit. And I said, yeah, I said, if anyone's going to get you to eat a fucking steak, it's Mel Gibson.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Because he picked up the tab on the meal. It wasn't like at the end of the meal he's like, oh, we're separate checks. No, he picked that up because he's Mel Gibson. And so it was one of these things where it was just a beautiful story, a beautiful moment in time, and I just adore Mel for that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, so he's just a super great guy. And some people, jump in and, but the anti-Semitic, all this kind of stuff. And one of the things, and I'll say this because this is just one of those things that Mel told me. And he said to me, he goes, he said, I've been sober for 12 years, and I've apologized publicly. He apologized on, I think it was like Dateline. Yeah. He apologized for all that stuff back in the day. And he goes, 12 years I've been sober. He goes, but they won't let it go. Doesn't matter what interview, what movie, whatever. They bring it up. They bring up all this stuff. And for me, it's you have to look at people on an individual basis, and whether it's YouTube, when people do the outrage videos and they flip out on people, I know a lot of people are always ragging on Kathleen Kennedy and all this kind of stuff at Lucasfilm, but I'm a big supporter of Kathleen. And the only reason why I'm a big supporter of Kathleen is not because of I'm in the industry and I want to, but I understand what her job is. No, I understand what her job is. And the people that are online don't understand what her job is. And that's where I feel like there's a lot of, disconnect between how the business works and decisions that are made and all that kind of stuff. And that's where I've learned in this business, you can't judge stuff until you meet the people. When you meet the people, then you can make a judgment call on if they're a piece of shit or not, or if they didn't know what they were doing or not. And one of the things that I say is if anybody's ever, even when it comes to Kathleen Kennedy, if anybody just goes back and looks at her entire career, all the way back to, everybody has all her movies in their DVD collection, and they didn't even fucking know that she was a producer or an assistant to Spielberg at the time, whether it was Temple of Doom or whatever. They don't know, but they all have her movies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's and I challenge anyone, when you look at the credits on some of these movies, especially if it's a heavy special effect film like Star Wars, when you've got 400 crew members and you're shooting in multiple countries, think of a manager at McDonald's. I know that this is the simplest way I can put it, with 400 employees spread out globally, and you're flying from country to country trying to make sure every dime is spent right and everybody's happy and the coffee's hot, and you're doing all the stuff you do as a producer, while also trying to let directors of movies have some sort of integrity or feel like they have integrity and that they're doing the right thing with their project and all that other kind of stuff. And then sometimes you got to fire people, and sometimes you got to make these decisions. people don't understand that kind of, they can't put the finger on it, because when you watch a 2-hour movie and you see it all so fast, you don't realize like Iron Man 3 was shot in my hometown. And a lot of my friends, I was working on We're the Millers when Iron Man 3 was shooting. So I interviewed for Iron Man 3, but I ended up going with the other one, the Warner Brothers movie, and not working on Iron Man 3. And so, but I'm kind of glad I didn't work on Iron Man 3, because it was a hard show. The production was 11 months and a 65-day shoot. And it was grueling on everyone, but a lot of people made a lot of money, like the crew, because there was a lot of overtime. I mean, there were people that bought like $80,000 F-150s fully loaded at the beginning of the show, and 11 months later it was paid off.
Wow.
I mean, there was a lot of people.
That's awesome.
That. Yeah, well, that's Marvel. That's. I think that was before the Disney. I think Disney bought them.
Well, it was 2013.
It was
12.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, but my point is, there's a lot of moving parts on these things. And if you don't understand how it works, I put out a video today on my channel because a lot of people were ragging on and claiming the budget for Indiana Jones 5 is $350 million. And I was like, oh my God. And,
I saw that video.
Yeah. And one of the things that they were, specifically picking on was like this one thing that was said about the UK film incentive that was giving them back like 55 million in a transferable tax credit. And they're gonna lose all this money, this thing. And I'm like, yeah, but they shot in Tunisia, they shot in Italy, they shot in Ireland, and all these countries have tax incentives or rebates as well. And if you add up all of them, the budget's probably $150 million. Like, easy. And also, like, they spend a lot of money on COVID protocols to protect the actors. So I know, like I said in the video, Jurassic World Dominion spent $5 million, one line item in the budget, $5 million on just PPE and testing. Now, I've been getting COVID tests 3 times a week for probably 3 years now, like since the pandemic hit.
Damn.
Okay.
Dang.
So imagine getting your nose swabbed 3 times every Monday,
That's awful, man.
Wednesday,
That's awful,
and Friday for months and months.
I couldn't. I've never got mine swabbed once.
Well, but
it's not fun, dude.
I mean, the bottom line is, if you want to work and this is what you do for a living, they do this because they have to make sure no one has COVID on set.
Right,
and if somebody does, they don't want
Yeah.
the actors, if Harrison Ford goes down, it throws off the entire production, which, he got a shoulder injury on set during a stunt rehearsal. And that actually shuttered a lot of the filming. They did a lot of second unit stuff, stunt double stuff, action sequences that didn't involve Harrison. They're going to CGI the face on and all that stuff later. And they get write-downs for the COVID stuff, but also they can file insurance claims. And see, these are things that aren't in Variety articles. So you file an insurance claim on all these losses that are happening because Harrison had to take, 2 months off to recover before they could start filming again. And what that does is it's a trickle-down effect. So if there's a castle they want to film at in Ireland, the locations department goes, okay, we're going to reserve this castle. Here's the contract. We're going to pay you X amount of dollars to reserve it for every day we're there. Every day we're not there, we're going to be pre-rigging with electrical stuff and all sorts of lights and everything. And so you're going to get X amount of dollars for every day we're not there. But then that rate will go up when the shooting crew is there. Right. And so they negotiate all these things, and they give people deposits, and then when the show shuts down, and they got to kick that down the road, well, then they got to come back several months later and renegotiate all these contracts with these locations. And that is basically double money. You're doubling the money, because maybe at the time you were going to shoot that castle, everything was good. But then when you come back the next time, maybe it's a yearly annual event at the castle for some Renaissance fair. So then it's like, well, wait, we were going to have the Renaissance fair here. Now you want to shoot Indiana Jones. So not only do you got to pay for the castle, you got to pay all the vendors for the Renaissance fair what they would have made, because they're going to have losses. We got to reschedule them. We got to do all this stuff. And then you got to pay it just becomes this big cluster. And so I would say there was probably $50 million spent on just having to reorganize everything as the shoot went on. That's just me as a rough estimate from somebody who works in the film industry. And so, when you do these kind of things, and this is where the people on the internet they don't understand any of, they just don't. And unless you, and these kind of conversations are boring for people. They don't want to know these, you know.
It's not boring for me. I'm interested.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, when you start talking about things like this, it can, if you don't understand how the process works, it can be like, huh? What?
Daunting,
what do you mean?
or
They file
confusing.
insurance claims every time they can't film the movie, and then the insurance company pays them the money. I mean, the only time an insurance claim has ever been really brought to the attention was when the two back-to-back Mission Impossibles were shooting during COVID, and they shut down so many times because people were getting COVID that they ended up, the insurance companies owe them $100 million because they filed claims.
Oh my
and
God.
The insurance company was trying to settle with Tom Cruise for $10 million and Paramount and all that. And they were like, no. We paid for this insurance claim. This is on you. Like we did everything right. We followed all the protocols. We made sure everybody was tested. We had people walking around scrubbing stuff with hand sanitizer and disinfected. I mean, dude, guys, it's like, it's such a different world on set than it was prior to COVID. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. We're all wearing masks for 12 hours a day, 15 hours a day. You know, doctors will wear a mask for a brain surgery for 6 hours. We're wearing it for 15 hours, masks. So anyway, it's one of these deals where people just, they don't get it. And unless you're living and breathing it and on set, you it's the only way you really can see it. But anyway, yeah. So some of the YouTubers were, you know, blah, 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 it's going to cost this, it's going to flop, it's not going to make it. And I'm going, okay, yeah, whatever.
Well, does it aggravate you to see, you know, like you put out a video, you know, detailing what it takes, you know, they're going to make money, the insurance, all the other stuff, and it only gets a couple hundred views. And then you see someone else who's going, oh my God, they're going to fucking flop. Does it aggravate you to see that?
No, I mean, I do my best to try to put stuff out there. And if it catches on, so what? I mean, you know, and I actually was on this one person, Valiant Renegade. I was on his post, and I detailed everything in one of the longest comments I've ever made on a thing, because, you know, his particular channel seems to revel in anything Disney can do that might be a failure. And I get his perspective. I get where he's coming from with it. He's one of those cheerleaders that doesn't like Disney.
Yeah.
And so it's one of those deals where I try to explain it. And then I was like, you know what, I'm just going to make my own video, because obviously, like, you know, people aren't, they're not getting it, because all you're hearing is like, yeah, Disney's going down in the comment, and you're like, dude,
yeah.
like, I mean, it's like, no, it's not. And one of the things that I commented in my video was that with the success of Avatar, and The Little Mermaid's going to do $1 billion no matter. I mean, it's going to be huge. And then all the other releases they have this year, you know, the parks are doing well. And once 2024 comes, Disney Plus will be in the black because they've been operating in the red, because they kept borrowing billions of dollars to make content and try to just, you know, flood Disney Plus with lots of shows.
Yeah.
And so they're finally going to get to a place where it's going to be settling down, and they'll be in the black. But so many people seem to be wanting Disney to just fail. And it's like, one, it's not happening. It's not going to happen. Two,
right.
I mean, I get where they're coming from with some of their narratives. I disagree with some of them. Some of them I agree with, absolutely. But I don't know. I don't hope, because for me, like, if you're hoping for a show to fail, and I'm on a show with 200-300 crew members, you're asking for all of our jobs to go under, right?
Yeah.
And people that work for Lucasfilm on, let's say, something like Kenobi, or if you ever watch the behind the scenes on these things, like the some of the things that they do, the love, even if the end product didn't turn out right, whether it was the script or what, you know, whether there was some bad messaging in it or whatever the case may be, when you see the people, the craftsmen, and the people that are building the sets and building the props, and they're doing the things, the love that goes into these projects is insane. Nobody starts off making Kenobi or making Indiana Jones 5 or making anything going into it going, I'm going to make a bad movie. Nobody does. They're trying to do something that is memorable for everyone and something everyone can be proud of. You know, some people, you know, you don't, some people do movies and TV shows for a paycheck. Most don't. Most are in it because they love what they're doing. And so when people rag on stuff, and I've fallen into this trap too, ragging on a movie or something, you know, I have to always preface it. Like if I come down on some shit, like I had a video of that I ranted pretty good on Terminator Dark Fate, and I just was like, fuck this, I was so bad, so blah, blah, blah. And then after I got all that shit out of me, I stopped and said, but you know what? The lighting looked good. The set decorating was good.
Yeah.
Camera work was good. You know, the CGI looked pretty good, you know, in some of the scenes there. But for me, it was decisions like when Tim Miller, the first trailer, like that showed that new Rev 9 on the hood of the car split and one jump. I was like, why didn't you hold that for the movie? Like, how cool would it have been if nobody saw that shit and they only saw, you know, the bad guy, you know, Rodriguez, I think his name was Rodriguez. And you only see this one guy, and then you go into the theater, and then this motherfucker splits in two, and you're like, holy shit, he's two Terminators. He's an endoskeleton and a liquid motherfucker. And everyone would have come out of the theater just going, oh my God, this is, but the fact that they gave that away in the trailer, it was like, dude, why did you do that? Like what? And he was the one, Tim Miller was like, putting out on his Twitter, I'm in the studio cutting this thing, and he's sitting right there, and you're going, dude, you just gave away one of the coolest plot points in the film, that if you held that back, the buzz would have had people coming the next weekend to the theater to see it, because they would have been like, this motherfucker split in two. Oh shit. Even if they, you know, the whole thing with Carl and Arnold being this, you know, old Terminator, people still might have dug that. Right. And then, you know, holding back on John Connor being killed. They leaked that in an ILM like featurette before the movie came out. Yeah, the decision was made to kill John Connor. And you're like, what the fuck, dude? Like, why didn't you hold that back? And so for me, it was like they shot themselves in the foot.
It's like,
I don't think that movie is going to do good anyway.
It almost seems like sometimes like they're so worried about just getting people in the theater or something that they just give away the best parts. Like I will not watch trailers of movies I want to watch or read about them or anything. I completely just shut it down. If I know I want to see that, I won't watch any trailers, because it's like that really irritates me too, because it ruins the surprise.
It absolutely does. You know, I feel like trailers used to be like a lost art, where they you know, it's a lost art, the way they used to cut them. But now it's like, every trailer is like, it's good. See, here, have more. Here's a spoonful. Here, I'm spoon feeding you. This is exactly. It's good. It's a Terminator movie. There's a Terminator in the photo, and you're like, dude, you're spoon feeding the audience. Like, don't do that. Let them go in and enjoy it. Let them go in and discover it. You know, I mean, look, like Darth Vader being Luke's father in Empire Strikes Back. If that shit was made today, that would have been all over the fucking internet. But back then, you know, it wasn't
everyone
there.
would know.
You know? Well, to be fair, they did spoil that Han Solo was coming back in the Star Wars movies back in the day. Oh, after he was put in carbonite, in the next trailer for the next movie, for the last one, they did tell you he's coming back. Don't worry, Han Solo is coming back.
Well, you know, the thing is, like, they all of them signed a 3-picture deal the first time. So, and that was like, I knew Harrison Ford was being killed off in The Force Awakens, because like, you know, Carrie Fisher and Mark Hamill, it was public knowledge they signed a 3-picture deal, and Harrison Ford signed a 1-picture deal. And it's like, oh, well, we all know who's not making it out of the first movie, you know. But
he came back anyway, though.
He did.
He's been trying to get out. He's been trying to get away from Star Wars for a while, though. He always, in interviews, he's just never seems too excited about it as much as like Carrie Fisher or Mark Hamill was.
Look, I think he's excited because of what they're doing with Indy 5, with the de-aging sequence in the opening sequence of the film, with him being from the 1940s with the Nazis. And I would not be surprised if in The Mandalorian season 3, Chewbacca and Han Solo pop off. I think they're because they're and you're going to see, I think, you know, that we're going to see the trifecta, the three of them back together on screen again. It's just going to be with this kind of new tech that's going to come down the road. But Harrison, if you look at how he looks in the de-age stuff, which is about where he was when they did The Last Crusade, that's about what he looked like in Return of the Jedi. So if you're thinking about it and you're like, wait a minute, and then they're doing the de-aging, you know, with Harrison and Indy, yeah, it's coming. And when you hear that, like, Mark Hamill signed, I think he got paid $5 million and signed off the rights to his likeness as Luke Skywalker in perpetuity to Disney.
That's crazy.
Oh wow!
How are you going to turn down $5 million bucks?
You should ask for more though.
That's where it's at.
I don't know. I would still put some stipulations. Like, look, you're not going to use me for like stupid toy commercials when I'm dead. You're not going to.
Oh, I'm sure that was negotiable. I mean, look how
lightsaber butt plugs are not coming with Luke Skywalker on it.
They've done a great job respecting the character in The Mandalorian, and really and having him on set, even though he's, he has a double, but he acts and he goes through the motions and everything, and they capture that. I mean, do it as long as you can with him while he's alive.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I've noticed,
exactly,
if you go back and you look at even the Rise of Skywalker, you can see when Mark Hamill talks, he has rheumatoid arthritis. His hands do this like a claw, where his fingers are overlapping, and you see it when he's raising the X-wing out of the water and he's doing like this. But if you watch him in interviews, he's got it too. And so you're and when he talks, you can see his hands doing this. And so, everyone's getting old. And, if you're going to preserve a legacy for yourself that could be trickled down to your kids, why not let Luke live forever on screen? I think it's a good move by him. And I think again, this is a play that they've done with Harrison, I believe, after Carrie Fisher's daughter, what's her name?
No idea.
She doubled her in the lightsaber battle with Luke in the flashback in the Rise of Skywalker.
Oh, did she? I didn't know that.
Yeah, she doubled. She was the one that was Carrie Fisher, and then they put her face, Carrie Fisher's face, on top of hers.
Oh, that's cool.
She has given their blessing on everything, and I'm sure it was a check too for that blessing. And so
Carrie Fisher loved those Star Wars movies. Like, I'm not
Absolutely.
surprised that her daughter would do that. Like, that's amazing.
And in the behind the scenes of those, especially the Last Jedi, in the behind the scenes vignettes, she was on set with her during The Force Awakens, and so for her it was like Carrie talked about how cool it was to have her daughter share the experience with her of being back in Star Wars and all that kind of stuff. It was great, good stuff. But anyway, Billy Lord, that's right, yeah, Noah down there, Billy Lord Fisher, yeah, she signed off on that stuff too, as probably the heir, the only heir there. So right. I think we're going to see Harrison do this stuff too. I think it's going to be really good for The Mandalorian. That's what I'm guessing. I think I'm right though.
We got a question that's we've been waiting a while for, but he wants to know. 1 Inch Bicep says, "What movie have you worked on that's your personal favorite?"
I kind of said it earlier. I liked Where the Millers. I thought that was great. There was a movie that was that Alan Ball directed. He was the writer of American Beauty, Alan Ball, and it was a movie called Uncle Frank that premiered on Amazon. Amazon bought it after we shot the movie. Amazon bought the film and exclusively dropped it on streaming, and it was nominated for an Emmy. And that had an all-star cast. Steve Zahn was in that. I forgot to ramble up everybody's names off the top of my head. I'll just let me see. Uncle Frank, because I don't want to screw up all the things. Yeah, so Paul Bettany, who played Vision in all the Marvel films, he was in that film as well. Margot Martindale was in the film. Steve Zahn. And of course, Stephen Root was in that, let me see where's my stapler, from Office Space. He's been in so many things.
God. Yeah. Oh, I love that guy. I didn't know that was his name.
Yeah. He was super awesome in the movie. And Judy Greer was in that film, and Judy Greer,
oh, wow.
I did the Halloween films too as well, but she's been in a ton of stuff, Judy Greer, and that was I just had a fun time on that show. Just everybody was fun. I find that I think it had a $5 or $6 million budget, ultra low budget, was completely like financed by Alan Ball. And then I think he sold it for like $17 million to Amazon or something like that. So, the idea is you want to double your budget to break even on all your costs. And I think he might have came close to tripling his budget, but, Uncle Frank was great. But it's not, a big comic book movie or anything like that. It's all about this one girl. Oh, the girl who was in It. What's her name? Where is she? Sophia Lillis. She was in It.
Yeah.
It was all about her and her Uncle Frank. And her Uncle Frank, it was like a coming of age story for her, but then also realized this movie took place in the 80s, back when like the AIDS epidemic was big. And Paul Bettany was playing a gay guy that was in a closet to his family his whole life, but then got to a point where he was going to come out. And it's just a beautiful story. If that's something that you're interested in watching, it's just a really well done film. And I had fun because I worked in props on that one. I drove the prop truck, but it was a road movie. So anytime there are drone shots, I drove the car in the scenes with the drone shots. It was this beautiful, vintage convertible. And I mean, it was just fun because you're constantly, when you're on set and rolling action and the drone's flying ahead, the camera people are operating it from a car that's tailing behind you to make sure. I mean, it's very coordinated. Like you have to have safety there. But I just a lot of driving and so when I watch the movie, I'm like, oh, I remember making that turn and going down that road, and you're sending drone shots, and those are fun. Those are just fun moments. But the crew as a whole were just so much fun to joke with and have fun with, and yeah, just good movie. That was a good movie. Uncle Frank. So yeah, I'm trying to think of anything that sucked that I worked on. What did the first season of Welcome to Flatch that's on Fox. I did the first season and I hated doing that show. Oh my God. But if you ever get a chance, Welcome to Flatch season 2 is up there. It fully dropped. And I think they're going to come back and do season 3. And it's a comedy. It's based on a British show called This Country, kind of like The Office was a British show. And then they brought it here and made The Office. Same principle. Welcome to Flatch. Like everybody was fun. I think for me, what was miserable was the weather conditions were horrible for that show. It rained so much of the show. It was cold. We shot at the same time Halloween Kills was being filmed, and Black Phone that was shot so Halloween Kills and Black Phone it was Black Phone was being shot at the same time, and we were shooting the other show, and it was just miserable. It was just it was cold. And I never wanted to do another season of that, which I was lucky because I didn't have to go back to do season 2. I went and did an Amazon series instead. But yeah.
So Noah Jetty, he's been asking if you know anything about anything that happened on the Halloween sets.
I mean, I worked on the first Halloween in the 2018 one, the one that started the movie. And I worked on the additional photography, which is really cool. So they had picture lock on the movie. And if you go back and you watch the original trailers, there's scenes in the original trailers of Jamie Lee Curtis out in the woods, like with like a hatchet or something, trying to kill Michael Myers or something. She's like, and she swings it or something like that. Well, the original battle was going to take place within the house, but then out front. But I don't think it tested very well. I don't know if it tested very well. And what happened was they decided to, months later, reshoot the ending and introduce the element of fire. The fire wasn't even in the first version of the film at the end. So they redid everything, and then they shot all the interiors all over again, and we rigged the house. The special effect guys rigged the house with fake false walls in front of the real walls of the house because they couldn't burn the house down.
Right.
This was a family home that people love. And so what they do is special effects wise, building false walls and then putting up propane bars that have little holes in it, and they can control the flames in the windows and everywhere.
Oh, that's crazy.
So they yell cut, they turn off all the propane, the house isn't on fire, and action, fire, and the fucking house is on fire. And so I worked on all that, and then I worked for construction. I was driving a stake bed truck for that, so I got to be on set, and all that. And Jamie Lee Curtis was really cool. I wanted to take. I don't ask to take pictures with people very often. When I was with Mel at the end of the show on the last night, I was in his beach house, and I was like, dude, can we take a picture, please? And so I got this great picture of me and Mel Gibson, but I don't like to ask people for a lot because it's just annoying. They get it so much outside of work. And then a lot of times it's courtesies. And this is what I loved about Jamie Lee Curtis. Anytime she's like amazing. She's just like an amazing person. And
that's great to hear.
She would walk over to the cops that were doing the lockups, because you hire police officers to block with police cars and blockade streets so they can film. And so we were filming this scene, and she walked right up to the cops, put her arm around all of them, and they were pulling out their photo, and then the crew were taking photos for her, so it wasn't like a selfie.
Yeah.
And she's just like, will walk up to anybody, talk to anybody, and just loves everybody. And that's because she's been in the business so long. She's seen everything you could possibly imagine. And growing up with her mother, Janet Leigh being who she was, and everything that and Tony Curtis as her father, it's like she just grew up in this industry, and she understands that being kind to people will go so much further than being an asshole. And I just love Jamie Lee Curtis. And so she was just really cool, but she's taking pictures with the cops and stuff. And I'm going, oh, should I ask her? And I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to be that guy on this one. But I did, I worked on that, and it was a lot of fun. And then Halloween Kills was shot. So we filmed Halloween, the 2018 in Charleston, South Carolina. So that doubled for Haddonfield. Right. Then 2.5 hours up the road, 3 hours up the road, where I live now, which is where I lived, I traveled to Charleston to go shoot that. We did Halloween Kills. So Halloween Kills was going, and I guess I was on the Amazon series season 1, The Summer I Turned Pretty, when Halloween Kills was shooting. And they shot the whole movie here, and that was great. And they built an entire 4 square blocks, we have the largest soundstage in the East Coast, Soundstage 10 at Screen Gem Studios. They built the entire neighborhood. It's like 8 houses, the grass, the pavement, everything, where the trick-or-treaters, when they did that one shot where they walked through each house and kept going and the camera never cut, there was no way they could have done that out in a real neighborhood, because you can't rig up the lights the way you want to, where everything's perfectly lit. So they literally recreated everything. And there's photos out there. I could probably pull them up, maybe share a screen if you guys want to share a screen. But they did all these houses, and I remember showing somebody else, I think it was Justin, one of the other YouTubers,
Justin Proper.
Yeah, I think I showed him pictures, and he was just like, holy shit, that looked like a real neighborhood. I'm like, yeah, it was, the whole fucking thing was fake.
Wow.
That's the point.
But because they had to control it, because the first time a photo leaked of Michael Myers, it was like, fuck, like they were trying to hold back Michael as much as they could. And of course a picture leaked, because they were in a real neighborhood, and they were like, well, fuck it. Now the next movie, we're building the whole fucking neighborhood on a soundstage so nobody could see anything, because they wanted to hold all the kills and not let people see what they did. And then they shot the last film, Halloween Ends, in Savannah, Georgia. So it's crazy that 3 different states for 3 different films doubled for Haddonfield, which is awesome. And the guy who is the construction coordinator on all 3 films is a friend of mine named Tom Jones. I worked with him on Halloween and all that. In Halloween Kills, when they brought back Dr. Loomis, they were going to cast the guy who plays Dr. Loomis, and in the flashback sequences and stuff. And he looks like Dr. Loomis, and they were like, you know what? It's David Gordon Green, and Danny McBride, who wrote the films, and they did Eastbound and Down. Same thing with me with the ass thing. They like to grab from the crew if they can, and not have to deal with outside stuff. And they were like, dude, you're Dr. Loomis. And they sent Tom over to hair and makeup, and they did some makeup tests. They had put a little false nose on him and all this kind of stuff. And he is spitting image of Dr. Loomis. Now they dubbed the voice with the same guy that did the recordings for the first movie, is British guy that sounds like the original actor, Donald Pleasance. And but Tom Jones, he's still a construction coordinator. and he's been working since the 1980s on some of the biggest movies and television shows of all time. This guy is just one of the best guys in the industry. He's so humble, great family man, great, I can't brag enough about him. And to have this right now at a time in his life, he's starting to go to horror conventions and sign autographs and stay and get a booth and stuff. And we're loving this. We're like, oh my God, Tom, he's, they flew him here, or he's over in this convention. And this is a guy that, like, is a construction coordinator, coordinates all the sets being built. I mean, this guy's a master builder. And for him to play Dr. Loomis is just fantastic. We just absolutely love
That's
it.
cool.
Yeah. So Noah Jetty says, thanks for your insights. Jen said, thanks for making her night.
Cool.
He would like to see the pictures. I guess they're big Halloween fans. We even have a fake newspaper prop in our home. Halloween lore is big in our home. Okay, cool.
I'll pull up some stuff. Let me see. It's I can share a screen and then we can go from there. Let's see. Let's go here. And a lot of some of these are on my Facebook page. Where's Halloween?
There's that getting behind the scenes action.
No, this is cool, man. I like this. You just let me know when I can share.
Yeah, we'll just put share, then I gotta bring it up.
Yeah, then you gotta bring it up. So share screen. Share screen. Oh, it's not gonna let me. Oh wait, hold on. You know what I gotta do? Give me 2 seconds because I've got to drag this because I have dual screens. So let me drag this to the other screen.
He's got those fancy Hollywood dual screens, not like us poor people running on old TVs.
Nah, dude, they're not that fancy. Come on, they're not that fancy. Hold on. So let's share screen now, and let's see. Here's a couple of photos if you want to pull this in, and then can I zoom in when I? Here, click on. Can you click or can I click?
No, you can click.
I can click. Okay, hold on. All right. So this is the set, obviously where they were doing, doing the filming. And what's really cool is this is the house that's in Charleston, South Carolina. When they filmed Halloween Kills, it was another house that they had to make look like this. The crazy part is,
oh wow,
we filmed the movie Uncle Frank that I talked about in the house for the second movie on an old farm. There's a scene where all these people are on this old farmhouse. And when the movie was over, they were turning the entire farmland into a new subdivision with houses. So they were going to destroy the house. So when Halloween Kills rolled in, they said, can we build the facade on it to look like the first movie and then burn it to the ground? And the homeowners were like, yeah, that'll save us from spending the money to demo it. So that's what they did. They burned the house. So the house was from another movie. And so on. This is inside Laurie Strode's room.
Neat.
David Gordon Green was the director. And of course, this is just behind the scenes stuff. This was cool. This is how detailed. This is like hydrocodone.
Oh yeah, Laurie
Strode stuff. This is how detailed the set decorators are, where they go to this kind of length for the props. I so wanted to steal these at the end of the show, but I was like,
oh yeah.
I was like, if those end up somewhere and I get caught, I'm fucked. So yeah, I mean, you just look and you take a photo and there's your prize. But the thing is, like, they don't mind when you do stuff like this behind the scenes, you take photos. The thing that they get, you don't want to release stuff ahead of time.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
There's another picture of the house. And another picture of the house, but hold on. So my friend, I'm doing the dual screen, so I'm trying to figure out where I need to go. All right, unshare this for a second. I'll pull up the other photos. Yeah, but give me a second to go to that screen. So my buddy Tony, who did, he's the one that did the Annabelle doll. He worked on this as well, on Halloween as well, and he has some amazing photos that he took. I just need to find them real quick. Sorry, I don't want to. Okay. All right, share the screen now.
No.
Okay, so these are the photos that he grabbed of. This is the soundstage where they built.
Oh wow.
Haddonfield. So that's Michael Myers' house. Okay, this is, and these are at different stages and what I mean is, like, you'll see they're built. So in order to get that one shot where Michael Myers walked from house to house to house to house, they build this. They built the whole thing. They built the whole thing. And then this is like the construction.
How
when they're
long does
doing
it take them to?
Oh, dude, this
Long
was
does that take?
Did they
this
build
was
them to code?
no, they don't build them to code. They take that shit down in a heartbeat.
No.
Yeah, but look, I mean, look, they're bringing in sod. That's real sod. They're bringing in dirt, and this is in a soundstage.
That's
And
nuts.
and see all this fake brick is actually like it's like they've got a term for it, but it's all plastic. It's all plastic, and they weather it. All right, so and Tony worked on things like this, like the footprints, and he sculpted the trees. See, that's what he did. He sculpted the trees.
That's a neat looking tree.
In these things.
Yeah.
And I worked on Swamp
That's
Thing.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at how they're building this stuff, And then, not only this, but they have to dress the inside with all the details, all the trimmings, all the electrical work, the lights, everything. But you see as they go on, oh, that's his kids. He brought his kids on set. Don't. Yeah, probably not I probably should have not shown that, but that's okay. But he's got it up on Facebook. So, but see, yeah, you look, see, this is the Haddonfield, the hospital. This was Cape Fear Community College. This was our community college in town, and they turned it into the hospital. But that's when they first start. So they're building Michael Myers' house first, and everything else gets built around it. And here's interiors, the houses, the things here's the morgue. So when you're seeing these things, you're like, oh, this is crazy. This is it. This is the stuff. And then interiors of the house that's burned out. You see the burn marks up here and everything. Pretty cool stuff.
Noah Jenny says, I was going to mention Swamp Thing for me, Halloween for Jenny.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got pictures of Swamp Thing, but Tony sculpted the trees on Swamp Thing. So unshare this real quick, and I will I'll pull up.
I was going to mention Port City because I'm jealous Shaun got to act across from Jodie Sweetin.
Yeah, Jodie's super sweet. I actually was just instant messaging with her the other day.
Oh, look at this man! I was jealous he got to act with him. Now he's instant messaging. Put in a good word for me. We're about the same age.
I'm trying to get her to come on my show. Hold on, where's Swamp Thing? Is this the Swamp Thing? No, that's not the Swamp Thing. Hold on. Where's his pictures from Swamp Thing? Okay, here. All right. So again, we have you can share this one. We have the largest soundstage in the East Coast. It's called Soundstage 10. It has a tank in it. Okay. So the one thing North Carolina doesn't have is swamps. And so in order to do the show Swamp Thing, they had to build everything out. So this is what they did. So this whole thousands and thousands and thousands of gallons of as these pictures progress. And then
takes some real talent.
He sculpted when the trees had the teeth and all that kind of stuff, or all that stuff that they came to life. So he took a real tree, puts this on the outside, does all the work to it, he's a master sculptor. And then trees like this that they place in the real woods. That's him there working on it. He's amazing. It was either Game of Thrones or Harry Potter themed house that was an Airbnb that went viral. He was brought all the way out there to sculpt the dragons for it, which I thought was amazing. He's just an amazing sculptor, but he does all this work, and he does really great work as a sculptor. Now, I don't think for me, I don't think he sculpted the actual Swamp Thing. That was just him practicing. Because when you're on set and you're watching this stuff go down, you get amped, and when you're a creative, you just try to create things.
Yeah.
But this
cool.
This stuff was amazing, and it was one of the biggest sets ever. And let me all right, unshare this one, and I'll see. Let me go to see what else he's got. If he's got the Annabelle stuff on his page too. So like I said, he's a super great guy, and his girlfriend is a special effect makeup artist as well. And let me see albums again. Where's the Annabelle stuff? Where's he got that? He makes the coolest Halloween costumes for his kids. I would never want to be. I mean, his kids are awesome to wear the shit that he makes, but it's like total demonic shit, for yeah. Let's see. Oh, that's the Black Phone. The stuff he did for Black Phone.
That was a great movie. That was a real shocker how good that was.
I haven't seen it yet.
It's good.
And he all right, show this. He did Scream, the last Scream film too. This is his special effect makeup. If you remember this character.
Damn. Whoa.
Yeah. This is the work they did on
That's
Scream.
wild.
Yeah. These are the pieces, that they make and then glue onto the actor.
Dang, that's nuts.
If you can find it, you see his name right here, Tony Rosen. If you can find him, friend him on Facebook, because he's got some amazing. Look at that. That was one of the bits they did.
Oh wow!
Was the knife through the throat with a fake thing there? Yeah, see. And the actors are always stoked to do these kind of things. There's another guy, the guy that gets his throat slit. That's Tony working.
Oh, that'd be great.
That's Tony right there working on it. Shows all the stuff. Yeah, the gut shot.
That's amazing.
Oh, I love how they're like, oh, this is too violent.
Violent
there.
It's fake.
It's fake. Yeah. But I want to see one more thing. Exit one more time, so I don't want everybody to watch the screen just because it's me searching. But I don't want to dox anybody. I just want to make sure he's got the Annabelle doll stuff, because that stuff's wild.
My wife would love that. My wife collects creepy old dolls. Like our house is like a freak show. Seen them. Yeah, y'all seen them.
Yeah.
She loves that movie, Annabelle.
I think I want him to make me one. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's a cool looking doll.
It'd be a nice little side business.
Well, I mean, he made one for a museum that has it there. That's Halloween 2021, Halloween 20. Does he even have pictures of the Annabelle doll? I don't know. I don't see him. But anyway, he's a super great guy. Trying to get him come on my show. But he's not a camera person per se. There's a great video that they did that's out there on YouTube of him talking about the Annabelle doll and stuff like that they did for the movie. I think it was the movie, or it was done for the sequel. I think they brought him back to do the stuff for the sequel. But anyway, it's just really cool stuff. But all of us, like I said, depending on the movie, some crew member somewhere has got thousands of photos that just, no one has ever seen. Sometimes they put, but I usually post stuff after the movie comes out. Once the movie or TV show's out, boom, I'll blast 20, 30 photos out or something, whatever I've got in my phone. But everybody takes pictures on the shows. I mean, we sign the things at the beginning of the show that say, no social media, don't take camera, but we all do it, but we all respect the work, and that we don't want those secrets getting out. And then when the movie's out and everybody's seen it, like, okay, here, let me share what's going on. It's pretty cool stuff. Was there?
Right. So when I put up the little blurb that you were going to be on the show, I put up that you were a actor, a producer, and a writer, because you wrote a movie called Butchered. You want to tell us?
Yeah, I came up with the story, and I have two really good friends that cranked out the script in record time. And we went into production on that. It was an independent film. And it turned out pretty good. Right now it's on, I don't know if it's on Tubi right now, but it's on 5 channels playing in 105 countries right now, the movie Butchered. So if you Google it, you can find it out there. And it was the first movie that I ever co-produced, and I co-directed the pickup shots. We did pickup shots on it. And so I was the co-director on that, because the director at the time was couldn't come back to do the pickups reshoots. And so I did that with my friend who was one of the co-writers. And basically what we were trying to do is we were trying to make an independent, horror film, quick flip, straight to DVD kind of thing. And we got lucky. We did get it to DVD, and we had a distribution deal. And it was in Walmart all across the country back in 2000. I think it was 2010. all in the $5 bin, and then what happened was we licensed it to a company called Eco Bridge Entertainment, and then it wound up being on all these box sets. It ended up being on 3 more box sets every Halloween for 3 years. It was like in with like 10 low budget horror films, and then another one that was like 50 low budget horror films, and then another one, and they just kept milking that thing. So it was out there, and we had a short 6-month run on Netflix for the movie. And this was 2010. So this was before Netflix, like they basically, it's a low budget horror film.
They were buying everything.
And they were buying every fucking thing they could to have content. And, but they gave us a streaming deal, which was, we got 3 cents for every stream, for every streaming, something like every streaming minute or every stream. I can't remember what it was, but we ended up, after 6 months of being on Netflix, we only made $462.
Oh no.
Now they're producing things for millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
But back then, it was an honor.
No one had it really.
Yeah, it was an honor to be on Netflix at that time, because it was like, holy shit, we're on Netflix, and to be in Walmart all across the country. We were also in Kmart's and other lower end retail DVD stores that I think like GameStop had it there in their DVD section. And so it was successful, but at the same time, it wasn't successful. I think I told this story once before. The day it was released, in Walmart all across the country, this was before Netflix, somebody grabbed the DVD, bought it, and then ripped it and then put it on a BitTorrent site. And we stumbled across it. And in the first 24 hours, 9,000 people downloaded the movie on a BitTorrent site for free. That was 9,000 sales we didn't get.
Wow.
Now that was from one BitTorrent site. There's so many BitTorrent sites out there, it's not funny.
Yeah.
And so we basically never made any money off the film. It was very sad for the investors. Although it was a low budget movie, we didn't have a lot in it, but it was very sad for everyone involved, because of the BitTorrenting. And that's one of the things, like, I'm against piracy on the internet.
I am also.
Yeah. And it's
people give me shit for it when I say that it affects people.
It affects people. And what it really affects
It does, yeah.
Warner Brothers, Disney, all these people, they factor in to the budgets and to like the performance of a movie. They factor in how much loss they're going to get based on piracy. They just know it.
And I've said this before.
Yeah.
No one believes me. But thank you for reiterating it.
No, it's absolutely built into every business plan that they're doing for a movie release. They know what they're going to lose. But for a production company like mine at the time, we can't afford that loss. They can. They understand they're going to lose X amount of dollars. We couldn't. And so when people did that to us, it really hurt everyone. I mean, some of actually almost all my actors, because it was an independent film, were deferred pay. So because we were trying to keep the budget low, we had a lot of unknown actors, and this was their big break. And so we deferred their pay to the back end when the money comes back. Well, the money didn't come back, because even though it did well on DVD and, we didn't make much on Netflix, it got robbed so many times that we just we could never pay anyone. And the investors never got their money back. It all got eaten up in what they call creative Hollywood accounting. Your distribution deal was like, oh, well, we had to author the DVD and that cost us $10,000. And then, we shipped a bunch of the DVDs out, and then they didn't sell at this store, so they were sent back. And so we paid for postage. And every time you were going to them going, where's the check? Where's the check? And we did get some money, but every time you'd always hear how much you're not getting, because, it's our cost. We're having that problem there. And and so it hurts movies like the one that I did. And it's just really sad. So like right now, the movie is considered what they call catalog, meaning it's just out there. And so I uploaded it to Film Hub, and they've been distributing it all across the world right now. And it was on Tubi for a little while there back during October when Halloween hit, because the month of October. And then I think it's going to be on Amazon Prime streaming, soon. It was on there once before when the movie was first released, but now through this distribution deal, it's going to be on there again. But it's on a bunch of platforms, like a bunch of streaming platforms. I'm I could pull up and name some of them. You guys may have some of these platforms that you work with, or that you have on your phone. I don't know. No, that's not it.
You said the name of it was Butcher?
It's called Butchered. Yeah.
Butchered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Butchered, like people getting hacked to shit,
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, that was it, it was just, and it was basically, it was a what platform's that on?
This is IMDb, but it says you could have a search on Amazon for the Blu-ray and the DVD.
Yeah, and that's the old poster. We actually have all new artwork, and so it hasn't dropped in the streaming yet on there. That's Discord. That's that. Where's these tabs, man? Oh, let me see.
I love low budget horror movies. They're so much fun.
They're creative
I'll,
with the kills.
Yeah, they are. I'm gonna give it a watch. I have Amazon, so I can watch.
Okay. So it's on a network called Nuclear Home Video. Apple TV just picked it up November 29th.
Oh, nice.
Of last year, but they haven't started running it yet. There's another platform called Filmzie, Filmzie. Momentu is another one. Look Who, Amazon Prime Video, Tubi, Popsy on Plex, and Zumo. And these are all like if you go to Zumo, well, I'll tell you. So Zumo, what does it say? On-demand streaming network. It's owned by Comcast. Zumo is a division of Comcast. So they're going to be running it. Filmzie, it's worldwide territories. These are all platforms it's available on: Roku, Samsung TV, Amazon Fire, Android TV, iOS. So like the distribution company kind of gives you an idea of like where, some of them are just like, oh, South America, like it's only showing in South America on this platform. Let's try to see what territories this one's at. Yeah. But they tell me, when I look at insights, it's right now it's on 4 channels in 106 countries. So
damn,
it's showing, but
that's cool.
It's catalog. So you're not really making a lot of money off of it. It's pennies on the streams. People don't realize, like when people are streaming stuff on their phone from these platforms, the creators are getting nothing. I mean, the only way you make money is if like Netflix produces your project and you make money off the episodes that are like, if it's $3 million an episode, your line item as a producer might be $65,000 an episode or something, or whatever the case may be. Right. So that's where you make your money. You don't make your money on the back end. It's all pennies, unless you're like really high up there on the totem pole.
Well, thank you, Noah, for running 7 VPNs to get me some views.
Nice. That's great.
Appreciate it.
That's awesome. But yeah, any other questions? Was anybody? I feel like I'm going off on a tangent.
No, that's fine.
No, man, it's been great.
So cool. I looked over your IMDb page, and there was a lot of Japanimation on here. How'd you get started with this the voiceover work here?
Yeah, I mean, so my nephews at the time, this was back in the 90s, there was a big transformation where anime was starting to come over to the United States. Now, it had been coming over, but mostly, if you're looking at Voltron or you're looking at things like that, those were coming over for years. Most of it was subtitled with Japanese, actual, voices. And then what happened was there was this thing where they started doing dubs. Yeah. And, purists don't like dubs, they're not fans of it. But other people are like, they don't want to watch, they'll get into it. Dragon Ball Z, all this kind of stuff with the dubs. So my agent called me up and he said, Shaun, he was like, hey, you want to do an anime voiceover work? And I was like, yeah, sure. Why not? And at the time, my nephews were little and they were collecting Dragon Ball Z cards. They were fucking going nuts over these things. And I thought, well, hey, Uncle Shaun will be really cool if he's on an anime with a voice. So let me do one. And I did one, and my first one was this one called Metal Skin Panic. Maddox 01. And it was a really good story. It was a one-off little movie where this guy gets in a mech suit and, he's got to save the girl and the whole 9 yards. And I played this character, and I remember showing it to him when it came out, and they were like, my nephew was like, oh my God, this is great. So anytime they called, they were like, hey, we got something else. And so I would do another one. And I did this one called Crusher Joe. And it was
I heard your voice in that. I was watching the
it's
rather unique.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could pull. Well, I don't know. You'd get copyright claimed if you pulled it up because the full movie is on YouTube.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't want to do that to you, but if you pulled up just a half a second or something, you could probably hear my one character voice in that. But that was a long one because it was a movie plus 2 OVAs. And that was great. And I would do more. The Vampire Princess Miyu, they'd call me for that. They come, and then I have I just can create all sorts of voices. So that was always one of my favorite things in the world to do, is just mimic things or create voices and creepy things. And so, but then another company called me, and there's several outfits that do the anime, and this was a hentai. And so they called me and they were like, hey, you want to do some hentai? And I'm like, well, I don't know what that is. And they were like, that's like anime porn, but there's stories, and the animation's really cool, and there's creatures and all sorts of things. And I'm going, well, I mean, in my mind, I was thinking it would just be like, like that kind of stuff. Like those are, it's what they call incidentals. Like anytime a character falls, get down, you're ducking or something. Those are called incidentals. But they weren't. They were like characters. And so the first one I did, I actually played a female gypsy that was like, had a glass ball, and she talked like this, and she got the ball, and she was telling someone's future, and then the guy goes off and he bangs the girl he was going to do in the future, or whatever the thing was. And so I never played like a lot of the guys that got hooked up and got laid on the things. They called me
blue balled on the hentai.
No, dude, they would call me for a flying pig and something. A pig with wings. Yeah, it's a pig with wings. And so, I'd play that guy or whatever. And then, of course I was a tentacle, like this tentacle that came alive. And that one was like, you do some incidentals on that one. And that was always fun, making noises like that. But really, like, I was never called for the hero guys throwing their schlong around. I was something else. And that's okay. But I ended up doing like 30 of those, I think. I mean, I was doing so many, I lost track. And then when I would do a search for them, there would be ones that popped up that I had no idea I was in. Because like when you're in the studio, they all kind of seem like they're the same thing, like the hentai does. And so I didn't know I wasn't even looking at it was like $75 an hour. I wasn't looking at like or $75 for like 3 hours or so. It's like $25 an hour, but you go in and you do 3-hour sessions. But so when you get paid like that, I didn't I didn't care what I was doing, but 3 hours of doing voice work in general, whether it's any kind of character, it wears on you because you're doing take after take, and you're doing, especially if like on Crusher Joe, my character talked like this the whole time. And so I was like constantly like high pitched. It was probably higher than that because it was in the 90s.
Well, we're going to,
I think I talk like this. It was something like that.
Well, I got it right now.
Oh, I played Ricky. This character.
This is not him.
No,
he's the redhead character.
I'm always the sidekick to the hero. I'm like, Robin.
That's the dude getting the chicks.
Yeah, exactly. Here I am. Yeah.
Damn it. Hold on.
It's muted.
It was muted.
Yeah, no problem. I've got it all under control. I just hope they can handle the Minerva when we go into warp. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I just want to get them the nickel in one piece.
It's their money. If they want to spend it getting whiplash, then let them.
Yeah, Ricky's right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And that was fun. I mean, I
that
think
is high.
I think that one, and that was no voice manipulation. Oh my God, I don't even think I could. That was 1990 something. I don't even think I could do that one anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe I could. No, yeah, the Squirrelings. That was it. That was the voice. I took I threw Bugs Bunny in there. That's what I did. So when you're hearing it, it's like, yeah, if you think Bugs Bunny, ain't I a stinker? And all I did was like elevate that to a higher pitch. Ain't I a stinker? So that was the character of Ricky. And so that was fun.
Did they give you any instruction, or did you say, hey, just make a voice and whatever it is you decide?
Well, I listened to the original voice actor, who was female, who did the voice of the young teenage boy. And I understood, I could hear her inflections. I can hear when she went up and when she went down and how she did it. And I just you try to honor the original voice, because there are people that are fans of this stuff. So, you want to honor the original voice, but you also want to put a little bit of your own twist on it. And so, yeah, I mean, when you hear the original voice actor, that kind of gives you the blueprint of where you need to go with the voice. Now, with a tentacle that's raping somebody, you just kind of go with that one in a hentai. But but yeah, I mean, it's voice work is fun, and I'd love to do more of it, but it's a lot of that stuff shifted, and the studios went down to Atlanta. There were several studios here. They moved to Atlanta, and a lot of them, are like divisions of like the Cartoon Network. So like Crusher Joe was on the Cartoon Network. That one there that you watched, that was on Adult Swim one night late at night. The movie and the OVAs.
Yeah, I saw it.
And so that stuff's kind of cool when your shit's on the Cartoon Network. Saggy. Yeah, you better be typing. You know what I'm talking about. I'm looking forward to that. So anyway, yeah, I mean, if you got, voice work is fun. But yeah, I was just thinking the movie Port City. That was one that I did with. I had scenes with John Wesley Shipp, who's in the Flash. He was the original Flash, and then they brought him back for all the Flash stuff. Great guy, love him to death. And Jodie Sweetin, and Barbara Allen Woods was in that as well. And that was a cool movie. I played like this love interest for Jodie Sweetin, and I was also a first AD on the film. And then at the end, I ended up getting an associate producer credit because I helped out a lot on the film when I wasn't acting. It was an independent film, but it turned out really well. And it was another one I was very proud of. And Jodie and I've kind of stayed cordial for years, where I can instant message her. I literally instant messaged her the other day on Instagram, and she's got so many followers. It's ridiculous, but she responds to me because because you're
Shaun.
Well, I mean, she's kind of foraying into doing some directing. And so I'm very interested in seeing some of her directing debuts that should be coming up. I mean, I hope I'm not spoiling anything. I don't think she's told anybody yet, but she directed when they did Fuller House on Netflix, the sequel.
Yeah, that was a good show.
Yeah, they let her direct on that last season, and and once you get the directing bug, you get the directing bug, and I think we're going to see a lot of great things coming from her. But a lot like Jonathan Frakes, unless you're from like he's directed so much stuff other than Star Trek that people just don't know unless you look him up on IMDb and you go, holy shit, he directed that. Same thing with someone like Eric LaSalle, who was on ER. He has directed so much stuff, and he directed episodes on Under the Dome. And I just remember, I think he directed 5 episodes, and it was really cool, meeting him. And Peter Weller, who played RoboCop, he directed a bunch of episodes on, it was in between seasons of Sons of Anarchy, because he directed a lot of that and played a character in it. And then he came down and did Under the Dome. And directed some episodes. I remember having a good conversation with him. I fanboyed out a little bit, and the production coordinator, who's a friend of mine, Noel, I didn't look at the call sheet. You get a sheet every day, and it tells you the work that's going on. And sometimes I just ignore it because I just want to see where I need to be in my department. I'm like, I don't care about the rest of what's going on. Yeah. And I didn't see who was directing the episode. It was Peter Weller. And so all of a sudden there's somebody playing this clarinet outside the production office, and he's bald and he's got sunglasses on and he's got this ascot around his neck, and he's just, and I was like, I walk into the production office, I'm like, who the hell's out there playing that instrument? I'm like, what the fuck? And they're like, it's Peter Weller. And I'm like, what? Peter, RoboCop? And they were like, yeah. I was like, fucking RoboCop's here. It's like, holy shit. So I fanboyed
That's
out.
awesome.
And then later, I'm walking through the hall and my friend Noel goes, hey, Shaun, come here. Come here around the corner for a minute. I want you to meet somebody. And I turn a corner and fuck, Peter Weller standing right there. And she goes, this is the guy. And I'm like, fuck. So, but it was great.
No.
I mean, I'm just so glad she did that. And we started talking about, just RoboCop and I'm just having a good time. And, he was talking to me about what he was playing, the instrument that he was playing. And he like, as he's been an actor in Hollywood, he went and he has his doctorate in Renaissance art, like history. Like he's like a PhD in Renaissance art. Like this guy is so smart. And so, he starts talking about like all this heavy stuff and you're like, wow. But it was just really nice. And he was super cool. We talked about process trailers. Now, process trailer in the film industry is, I remember seeing an interview, and this is where I thought, okay, I could ask him this question as an icebreaker when we started talking. And he hates process trailers. Process trailers are where you get a camera, a truck, and it's got a real low flatbed that the car sits in, so it's almost level to the ground. And they rig all the cameras and lights and everything all around it, and the main truck pulls the car behind it. And it's called a process trailer. And actors have to do this while they're doing their scenes. Well, Peter says it doesn't look natural. And he is like, you're rigging the car and the actors are driving the shit. Because when the actors are driving the shit, not only are they having to say their lines, but they're having to pay attention that they're not going to kill someone and drive. And it becomes this very natural and tuned kind of thing. And on camera, it looks so much better than a process trailer, just absolutely better. And so he went on this whole rant at a convention about process trailers. Fuck the process trailer. Fuck the process trailer. So of course, we start talking and I'm like, dude, I saw that thing about the process trailer, fuck the process trailer, and it was like a perfect icebreaker, with him. And he was just a lovely person to be around. Everybody loved him. The actors loved him because actors, I'm sorry, they're better directors than directors. I'm sorry. That's why Clint Eastwood's so good. That's why, when you see people, Ron Howard is so good, with Apollo 13 or anything that he's done over the years, Willow, whatever. I mean, the guy is just amazing. I said Clint Eastwood, but I mean, there's so many more. Anytime an actor can direct, they're just better because they understand what the actor's going through, where a director gets it, but doesn't really get it unless they've done it.
Yeah.
That's why you hear shit all the time. You hear that story that Harrison Ford tells where he's like, to George, you can write this shit all day, but somebody's got to say it. Like, it just doesn't sound, I'm paraphrasing what Harrison said, but it's a real thing. And so, yeah, it's just nice when you've got, and even Eric LaSalle, who was on ER for all those years, him directing and so forth and so forth. And I don't want to spoil. I was going to make a big announcement, but again, I don't know who's going to, stumble across this thing, but I've got a TV show that I signed a development deal with a company out of Los Angeles back in November. And we just attached a director to the pilot, and he's a known director and he's an actor. And I kind of flipped out the day we heard that he said yes. And not only did he say yes to direct the pilot, but he wants to direct a couple more episodes of the show, and he wants to act as one of the characters in the show. So my fucking mind was blown. Nice. I don't want to give away who the person is yet. But we're really.
You can tell us after we end the show. You can tell us.
Yeah, dude. I'll tell you after. But I'm really excited because
Noah says no one's watching. Don't worry.
Yeah, as long as no one's watching, I'll fucking tell you. But I'm really excited. We've attached a couple of actors to the show. And we're very close. We're inching closer to, I know they're talking to Paramount Plus. They're talking to CBS, and believe it or not, the CW network. Okay, no, but the show that I'm producing is a hard R. Okay. But I don't know if you've noticed, the Warner Brothers Discovery spun off and sold the CW network. So it's no longer part of Warner Brothers Discovery. And what they found out, which it wasn't news to everybody, but in the business, everybody knew, especially if you followed ratings. All of the superhero shows, they're ending, the Flash, they're ending, all the stuff, the Arrowverse, whatever you want to call it. But a lot of those shows were only getting like 140,000 people a night, 200,000 people a night, just like real small numbers, because the demographic for the CW network, even though for years, like when the CW network first launched, one of their big shows was Dawson's Creek. So that was 6 years. And then One Tree Hill was 9 years after that. And while that was going on, the Vampire Diaries and all these shows, well, all these fucking kids that were watching that shit in the 90s, they're all 45 to 65 now. That's the demographic for the CW network. So the CW network is looking.
That's our demographic.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The CW network is looking for programming that's more adult, and because it's still cable, that can push the boundaries. That's why one of the coolest things was when Swamp Thing was edited for television, but it was still pretty graphic, and they played it at 10 o'clock at night on the CW network. They ran the 10 episodes. That was a good test to see, how that would perform. And it performed extremely well. One, because it was a 10 o'clock time slot, and two, it was violent and scary and all that kind of stuff. And so one of the strategies for my project and what the producers in LA are thinking is that it could be a good home there, because they're looking for this particular show. This might be a good home for it. So we're really excited. And again, it's a development deal. So, we attached a showrunner that I'm really excited about. I'll say his name. We attached a showrunner named Dan Gordon. Dan Gordon, he wrote Wyatt Earp for Kevin Costner.
Wow.
He wrote Passenger 57 with Denzel Washington, with Wesley Snipes. He wrote The Hurricane, which was a film with Denzel Washington based on a boxer. And he came up with the story.
Boxer.
He came up with the story for the last Rambo film, where he goes down to Mexico to get the girl that was kidnapped.
Oh, wow.
He came up with that story, and he's credited for the story for that. And he goes back to the 80s, directing or writing lots of TV and television. He did like 36 episodes of Highway to Heaven, that old show that came out with Michael Landon. He wrote one of the Highlander films, and so like this guy has done a lot of cool stuff, and we've attached him as our showrunner, so he will help guide the show with my writers and myself as we develop and write the rest of the story. Once we're picked up by a network. So we're attaching people, and we're really excited about the show. And that's something I really haven't done, because what I want to do is I want to change. My channel is going to have like a playlist completely devoted if the shows gets picked up. I'm going to have a playlist which is just behind the scenes. I mean, it's going to be a whole thing on itself, and I'll be able to do all the social media from the set, because it's my show. I'm the creator of the show. It's my fucking show. I'll be able to do what the fuck I want. Instagram, whatever, TikTok, fuck it. And so, that'll help build maybe my channel a little bit. If people are interested in seeing, especially if the show is good and people like it, fuck it. It could be pretty cool.
What I'm hearing is Shaun's going to be too big for us by next year. No.
I see. Look, I love doing this. I love interacting with people I've never met before. I love talking about movies, love talking about film. When I get on a show and I'm pulling 70-hour, 80-hour work weeks, I don't focus on my YouTube channel. So you'll see like right now, I'll ramp up content, or I'll get on streams and do things with people. The minute I'm on a show, dude, I got to focus. And so I just completely focus on that. And then my channel just kind of falls off the algorithm. Nobody fucking watches my shit, which is fine, because to me, this is just really just a way for me to kind of talk about things and get things out and have fun and interact with people. I'm not looking to be, the next Chris Stuckman or, and review movies like that. Like me, when I talk, I don't talk about film theory and all this. Like for me,
that pretentious shit.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's pretentious. I think it's like, for me, it's like, if you and I were working together, and let's say it's not on a movie set, but you fucking went and saw Captain America Civil War over the weekend. So did I, but we went to separate theaters, and I'd be like, dude, you see that fucking movie over the weekend? Yeah, dude. Oh, dude, that was the best part, man. When the fucking Black Panther, and Bucky beat the shit out of Black Panther.
I just spoiled the movie.
Like, spoiler alert if you haven't seen that. but my point is, like, those interactions are the things I like thrive off of. So when I talk to guys like you, I'm having fun, or girls like you. Like, I saw Saggy Melons was in here earlier, jumping on, saying hello. I was on her stream the other night, and I just enjoy, bantering and having fun. I like being on Max's channel because that shit gets wild.
Oh,
man.
it does.
Yeah, it does. And Jarbo and people like that jump on and are just crazy. But it's fun.
All right. So Noah Jetty says, you all have a fantastic night. Jen thanks Shaun again for the inside scoop with the horror movies. Have a fantastic evening, my friends. Thanks, Noah, for watching. And Marvel HQ wants to know, how many boyfriends do you have, Shaun?
Boyfriends? I have a wife. I guess that's a joke. I think
that it's a troll. It's a
I think
we get a lot of those.
I think he's planning to have Shaun on his channel, probably.
Jesus. Well, I mean,
I went to that. That was a fake account.
Was it? Oh,
I went and checked it. I timed it out. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Doesn't matter. No, I don't have any boyfriends. I got a wife. I got a daughter. I'm good to go. But I did play a gay character in a movie. I had a scene with Michael McKean. If you're familiar,
Shaun stealing all the gay roles from gay actors.
Well, no, you know what's funny? Here's the funny thing. I'll tell you, this is a good story. So I auditioned for this part, and it was supposed to be a football player at a party, a big party. And I got the part. My agent called me up. He said, "Oh, you got the part in this movie." It was a movie called 10 Rules for Sleeping Around. It was a comedy. Michael McKean was in it. And they said, "You're going to be in a scene with Michael McKean." I'm like, "Michael McKean?" Yeah. And I was like, "Holy shit, this is great." Because I loved him on Len and Squiggy. I loved him on the X-Files. I mean, God, dude, the guy's been in everything, First in Show, all that kind of stuff. So he's a fucking legend. I mean, even Better Call Saul and all that. Yeah. So I get this opportunity. And then, like, a week before filming, I'm not getting my housing. Like, they're not telling me what hotel I'm staying in, how I'm getting there, all this kind of stuff. And those are things that you get ahead of time. And so I'm like, what's going on? And they said, and then all of a sudden, my agent calls me. You know what? They're going in a different direction. They want it to be a gay character, and you're like the football guy. They're just going to go with somebody else. And I was like, whoa. I was like, it's acting. I was like, I can play the gay guy. I was like, well, like, can I not audition again for it and let me do the role? And so he said, well, let me call the producers and find out. Because originally they were going to pay me a $500 cancellation fee for not getting the role. Like, they booked me, and then they were going to drop me and go with a different actor. And I said, no, I thought, look, I got this part. Let me see if I can win these guys over. So, but I was working on Eastbound and Down, and my boss at the time, who was openly gay, I've known him for years. It's a super great guy. And I said to him, I said, look, man, is this weird? I was like, I'm going to try to audition for this gay guy. I'm trying to tell you what the role is and all this kind of stuff. Cause should I be doing this? Like, I feel like I'm doing it as a parody, cause it was really they wanted, the description was flamboyant gay guy. So they didn't want just somebody who was gay. They wanted the big Jesus, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And so he just looked at me and he said, Shaun, it's acting. Just fucking do it. That's literally what he said. Okay. Same guy who said to me on Eastbound and Down, Shaun will take it in the ass. So this is the humor that was coming from my friend. And so I did the audition, and I was so over the top with it. I even had a feather boa on. I threw it over my shoulder, and I said the lines and did the thing. And at the end, I stayed in character. Normally, after an audition, you'll break character, and then you'll go, I'm Shaun O'Rourke, and I'm represented by the William Pettit Agency. And you'll just kind of give a closing thing. Well, I didn't. Because they had fired me for the job and they were letting me redo it, I stayed in character, and I was like, and I went, if you don't hire me, I'm going to come down to set and I'm going to eat the peanuts out of your shit. Just like that. And
Oh God.
I left it at that. I left it at that. And I submitted it back to them. They fucking called that director called up. This director called up and he was laughing his ass off so hard. He was like, dude, you got it. You got it. We're getting your Travis.
That's great.
And this director, Leslie Grief, he wrote the film. He's directed a ton of stuff, and but he wrote the film, The Hatfields and McCoys. That was a big miniseries with Kevin Costner and Bill Paxton.
Yes, that was great.
On the History Channel.
That was great.
So this guy wrote
Yeah.
that, and then this was
Wow.
the next movie after that. He's directing me in a comedy that he wrote and is
That's
producing
nuts.
and directing. And he was just, this guy, heavy set guy, got a big cigar on set like this. He's smoking, right? And then and then the scene ended up being bigger than what it was supposed to be. So originally I was just a heckler in a crowd yelling at Michael McKean, I even did that in the audition. I was like, like a cat and all this kind of stuff. It was funny. And I still have the audition. But I was going to put it online and like tell this story in a thing. But then my one friend said, dude, they'll fucking cancel you now for that shit. You can't, you took a role from somebody. But this was a while back before now I would never even try to, I'd be like, no, that's somebody's, they're going to hire somebody.
Yeah.
I would never try that. But back then you didn't know, you were just auditioning. And so he walks up to me, Leslie Grief, great guy. And he goes, hey, Shaun. And because I had such a good time doing the thing and with Michael, and he says, we're going to do the old pie in the face gag. Oh God, you're pulling it up. Where did you find this? And he says to me, he goes, we're going to do the old pie in the face gag. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, we're going to have a waiter just walk randomly through the party. And when this car breaks through the party, and then he's going to turn and you're going to get hit in the face and it'll be this giant thing. And I was like, I'm game. Cause for me as an actor, it's like, oh, you're going to give me more to do in the movie. Fuck it. Yeah. I'll do whatever. And so this bit happened. And what was really cool was we did it twice. So they had 2 sheet cakes, and the first take, the timing was just a little off. It was a little too contrived. So I went back to hair and makeup, and they cleaned in my hair. I had fucking cake all in it, my face. They got me all cleaned up. And we did it. This was the second take that made it into the movie. And, I did this really good thing at the end of when I have cake in my face and I'm like, oh, and like, it like played really well. They laughed their ass off when I did it. And it was just fun. But anyway, yeah. So are you going to play this thing?
Yeah. I was letting you tell the story before I played it.
Yeah.
Actually, I've moved up to 7.
There's
Fuck you.
Oh, because that's
So belly up to the bar and join me in a toast. Move your asses, people!
Now, if you go, I had some lines there because I said something like, what did I say? He was like, oh fuck, I don't know. But I said like, tell us something. I don't know oh God, that's the Western, but
yeah, it's the demo reel that's on IMDb.
Oh, that's what it is. The demo reel on IMDb. Yeah.
So I don't know if your line's in there. Wait, there it is.
No, yeah, there's it. No, that was when I was a little pudgy then. Because I was 4 letters.
Yeah. Actually, I've moved up to 7.
Yeah, Brian Callen was in this thing as well. And when we were both in hair and makeup, he was next to me, and he's a comedian, and he was just really good. But the thing is, I was supposed to be playing a football player. So prior to it, I was trying to put weight on and all this kind of stuff. And then when I got out there, they were like, oh, obviously we've changed everything, but now I'm like 179 pounds. So like, I think I was like probably like 195, I'm like 20 pounds less or something now. I don't look as pudgy, but anyway, but yeah. And the clip after that, I think was that the Port
Jodie
City with
Sweetin?
Jodie Sweetin? Yeah, that was fun. You could play that if you don't think that's gonna.
Yeah, we don't care about copy. We're not like Max. We'll play some stuff and deal with it afterwards.
Well, I mean, again, like I don't think the guy, who did that is going to come after you, but
you never know. It's usually not the people. See what it is they hire companies and stuff that take care of all that.
The
shit.
lawyers that go through and they just they source it, figure it all out.
And it's automated a lot of times, so that
Oil change?
Sure, give me a second. Yeah, here I am, thinner. Hey,
Yeah.
it's you.
Yeah, it's me.
Why?
There you go, Tony.
Okay, last night.
Hell yeah.
I'm Ray. Remember? What are the odds that the very next day, out of all the places you can get an oil change, you pick this particular garage?
I was wondering that same exact thing myself.
She was so
So,
professional. She's so
How much do I owe you?
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Yeah, she was really
Now,
great.
which movie was that? Was that the
This was a
Port
movie
City.
called
what movie
This
was
was a
that?
movie called Port City. Yeah. And actually, like, she was being stalked in the movie by John Wesley Shipp. so I think I've got I could go on my Facebook because I've got photos, I think, of that stuff. Oh, God, I'm so blind. I've got my other monitors like across the room.
The other scene that's on there, I don't know what movie this is from, but this is Shaun being evil. It's evil Shaun.
Ooh, let's see, villain.
Okay. We're
Oh,
working
yeah.
on a project together.
Fine.
You look like a villain.
What about that little stunt you pulled the other night? He's a big spender, a high roller. Next time, keep your fucking hands to yourself. You want to be an arm's length away? Slide your ass up on that stage and go swing on that pole. If it happens again, just smile. Pretend you like it. Deep down, I know that you do.
You're such a fucking ass.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a funny story with that movie. Like I played a strip club owner in that scene. And right after I tell the girl to get out of here, another topless girl comes in and, does a blowjob on me. And and I'm just laying there like this. And I was talking to the director and I said, well, first of all, like it was my idea to shave my head. I told him, I said, if I play the part, I want to look different than anything I've ever looked before. I said, can I shave my head? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, what if I have handlebar mustache? He was like, you want to do that? I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll do that too. So handlebar mustache. And then as I'm coming up with, I'm seeing how cool, the director is. His name's Joe Stoffer. Joe Stoffer is a good guy. He was, I could bounce stuff off of him because I knew him. And I said, dude, I was like, how about I, when she goes down and she's starting to give me head, what if I like, eat sardines out of the can with a fucking, with a fucking fork and knife, right? and he just busted out laughing. He says, all right, let's do it. So I came to set with a can of fucking sardines and I crank it open and she's like just going down there like that. And I just I'm eating it. And then I just pull up some cash from the pile on the table and I lay it right on her head and all like that. I mean, fucking hysterical stuff. But I always try to offer different things when I work on movies, like as an actor. I say, oh, how about this? Well, what about this? Because you want to kind of put your stamp on it, especially if you're what they call a day player. Like that was one scene, and so it was really interesting to do that movie, Pieces of Talent. You can actually find Pieces of Talent is on YouTube, but it's dubbed in Russian. Some Russian guy ripped the movie and threw it up there, and it's fucking Russian. So like I watched it the other day, and the guy's like doing the whole Russian shit, and then you see the topless thing and the thing. It's hysterical. I actually in my community section on my YouTube page, I put a link to it, and I was like, guys, you got to go see this shit in Russian. It's hysterical, but it's uncut. Like you can. I mean, they didn't blur anything out. I don't know how the hell it even got up on YouTube like that, but
YouTube there's a lot of stuff on YouTube.
Yeah. So that was a movie called Pieces of Talent, and it was pretty good. So if you want to watch it entirely in Russian, you can. It's out there,
Oh boy.
on YouTube. So yeah.
Well, I noticed you did a voice in it. I mean, you did it so effortlessly. I wouldn't even recognize your voice.
Yeah, and I think people. I mean, and that's what I try to do with every character is just be a little bit different without making it feel forced. And it's easier to whisper too. It's easier to be a bad guy when you're whispering.
Bad guys whisper.
Bad guys whisper. But yeah, I had fun. And believe it or not, Christy Ray, who was the actress in that particular scene, she's gone on to actually produce and make. She's just made her second feature film, I think. The Duplass brothers were producers on her last movie. And so, yeah, that's the cool part about being in the business is like when you do work on shows, the people around you just kind of, you see them blossom and move on and become other things. I produced this little project. It was basically a pitch project. It was a pilot presentation called Dark Tales. And it was basically a bunch of teenagers around a campfire telling ghost stories about their parents being like witches and warlocks, and the kids, and then the teenagers, as they tell the story, it would fade in and go to like a children's story.
Right.
And we produced this thing and we went to sell it. One of the actresses in the pilot presentation is an actress named Nikki Griffin. And I literally on IMDb, it's the first credit she has. It's this thing that I did with her. And she went on to be in the Dukes of Hazzard movie with Johnny Knoxville. And she was one of the girls they met at the college that were in the car the whole time, in the chase.
Oh
and all
yeah,
that stuff.
those hot girls.
And she was also in Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. In the beginning, she was the girl that the guy from Home Improvement dated, the blonde. She was the blonde, and the other guy was like, yeah, I'll race you. And then she went out in the middle of the thing and did the thing. And so, and she went on to keep making movies and TV shows. And to go back and look and see that her first credit on IMDb was something I produced is really cool. Cause I
hate to break it to you, Sean.
That's neat.
I hate to break it to you. Are you sitting down?
Oh,
You're no longer the first credit.
Am I not the first credit? Well, I got to be the second, right? What
You're
is
the second? The first credit is a Dawson's Creek extra uncredited.
Oh, that doesn't count.
That doesn't.
It's on the page.
Count. I know it's on the page, but that doesn't count.
Come on, Tony.
But you know what? Pull up Nikki though, so people could see
uncredited.
What we're talking about. Pull up the IMDb. Yeah, I'm the second credit. Well,
Right.
That's ridiculous.
Dark Tales.
Okay, so what else has she done?
Summer Catch, Dr. Vegas, Jack and Bobby, Wild Things, Diamond in the Rough.
Yeah. Dukes of Hazzard.
Ooh.
She was on the OC.
She was on
Furious.
she was on the OC.
How I Met Your Mother.
Yep.
CSI New York.
Yeah.
Why Men Go Gay in LA.
Entourage.
Sounds like the Hammock Man story.
No, 4 episodes of The Young and Restless. Yeah.
Shut up.
Femme Fatales. Yeah.
She was on Mad TV.
Yeah. Now show what she looks like. Pull her up. They got the picture. They have her headshots. Yeah, there she is. Nikki. She's awesome. Yep.
Yeah. Pretty.
Yep. So, I mean, if we want to count Dawson's Creek as background, she had dialogue.
We're not going to count that.
She had dialogue. No, I gave her first shot. Let's just put that way.
Yeah.
No, she's a sweetheart. We're still, we haven't talked in a while, but
we'll have the Dawson's Creek one taken out. Don't worry.
No, don't have it removed. That's fine. But anyway, yeah. So it's cool because there's a lot of people that I've worked with that I've seen go on to do really cool stuff, and that makes you part of. And we refer to all that as like the film family. We're all film family, and so it's fun. I love the idea that other than my daughter's 3. And she's not going to see the hentai for a long time,
hopefully,
like the tentacle and stuff. But what's really cool is as she gets older, and heaven forbid I keep living as long as I can. But she can go back and look and say, oh, look what my dad did here. Oh, he was on this movie, or he was was on set on Where the Millers and all these kind of things. And it's really neat to have that kind of I mean, I think everybody in life is trying to find a way to have a legacy in some respects, whether it be, inventing the light bulb or coming up with, an electric car like Tesla, or, you're trying to have a stamp on the world in some way, even if it's tiny. And I feel like my kid can go back and watch stuff, even if it's just, a couple animes or something, and oh, that was my dad. He did that stuff. And that just, gives you a sense of pride. And I think a lot of people in the film industry have that sense of pride.
We'll make sure she never sees this interview, because she'll lose some of that pride. She'll be like, "Oh, my dad was out there with these jerks."
No, she'll be no. I don't think so. Because I think the world's changed, man. I mean, it used to be that people never communicated and talked, and look at what's happened in the last 40 years on this planet. It's just insane. So, yeah, I mean, the only thing you gotta hope doesn't happen is YouTube crashes and like the servers die completely and are wiped out by an EMP, like an electromagnetic pulse just knocks out
that would
everything,
suck.
or a solar flare. And then 20 years or since 2006, YouTube, like everything's gone. That would be the only thing that would suck.
That'd be,
I don't back up a lot of stuff, but because I figure once I upload something, fuck it. And if I lose, my channel, like if somebody hacks my code or something, what am I going to do? I can't stop any of that shit.
Yeah.
But it'll be out there. So.
You were talking about your channel, wanting to do stuff on the site, social media. Do you have any other plans for your channel? I know you were talking about having people come on, do interviews.
I recently did a book review. I've done two book reviews, but that's something like I had an author of a book send me a book the other day. And I'm really excited because it's actually a prequel to the book that Peter Benchley wrote, Jaws. And it's all about Quint. It's called The Book of Quint. And it's 397 pages, but it's hard copy and it's still in the box. I was going to do a reveal of it. Now, this author had permission from Peter Benchley's estate to make a prequel book with the character of Quint. And it basically takes you every story kind of Quint talked about in the movies, whether it was like, I can't extend this because I was entered an arm wrestling contest in a bar in San Francisco. And those stories, one whole chapter is like the arm wrestling thing. And one whole chapter is like, it talks about the Indianapolis story and everything. Like he took all the dialogue of Quint and all the lore that he kind of put out there, and he made I think it's 300, is either 297 pages or 300. The book is it's like this thick and it's hard copy and it's out there. People could buy it. But the fact that Peter Benchley's wife and the estate gave him permission to use this character and to make a book, I'm sure there's a profit sharing situation. I'm just blown away that this book even exists. And so I'm about to delve into that. And then I'm probably going to have him on. I've got his contact info and I'm going to have him on the show. And so I'm trying to find things that broaden the stuff that I'm doing. I kind of got away from doing reactions on movie trailers and things like that, because a lot of that stuff it just copyright. They just copyright claim it. And I'm like, fuck, like I just want to do stuff that I know people they're not going to copyright claim. So it'll be up there and I don't have to worry about it. And I don't want to get strikes against my channel. And so I'm just trying to do other things. Every once in a while, I only do unboxings if it's something I like, or a taste test thing if it's something I like, or if it's something I want to try. But I'm not like making my channel have these things. That's why I think the YouTube algorithm can't figure out what the fuck to do with my channel, because it's all over the map. I just do whatever I want to do personally, because I don't really care about like being the next Chris Stuckman, I know a lot of people, like when I did pick on Geeks and Gamers, or like I did 2 videos on the Rippaverse. Well, out of 650 videos, I did 1 video on the Rippaverse, and everybody just loaded up my comment section going nuts on me. And I was like, guys, I did this as a beta test to see if I made a weird thumbnail where I'm like making fun of, and with a picture of Rippa Isom, what would happen? And sure enough, they didn't even watch the video, but they were commenting after they saw the thumbnail. And if you listen to the dialogue in the first entrance of the video, I literally go, this video is not going to go the way you think it's going to go. And then I go on about, I'm glad he's somebody that doesn't just bitch about shit online. He actually made a comic book in a response because he's not happy with the comic books that are going out. And I applaud him for doing that. And so but people didn't understand, they saw the thumbnail, and see, that's what Geeks and Gamers do. They fucking make these thumbnails that outrage people. And then, sometimes they have points, sometimes it's just clickbait, but I did that. And, so the thing blows up and it's thousands of views. And then the next video I put up gets like 25 views. So you're like, but I didn't want to be that guy that jumped on. I'm not a bandwagon. I'm not jumping on the bandwagon. And that's what people would always accuse me. Oh, you're always doing slam videos on Geeks and Gamers. I'm like, dude, I got 650 videos. I've done 6 videos on Geeks and Gamers. How is that when they do 50 hate videos on Brie Larson? And I've got 6 videos that, in any way, shape or form connects with Geeks and Gamers. Yeah, I mean, you're clout chasing. I'm like, dude, I was just on set with Jamie Lee Curtis. Why am I, you're saying I'm clout chasing? Get the, anyway, but they don't know, people don't know me. They don't know me. And then Justin Proper, he was big in the Geeks and Gamers stuff. And I asked him to come on one of my live streams with one of my friends that's a special effect makeup artist that worked on a bunch of movies that, he had interest in. And after the video was over, when we went into the studio to talk, after and the stream ended, he was like, dude, why did you even have me on? And I'm like, what do you mean, why didn't you have you on? And he goes, I'm one of the geeks and I'm with them. And I was like, yeah, but I get that, but you're a nice guy. I get, and I'm looking at your posters on the back of the wall and I see something that, well, I know this guy that worked on that. Why don't he come on? Cause he could ask some cool questions from a fan basis, and so, I don't look at people. I think I don't generalize them too much. But I just wish the Geeks and Gamers guys would just come out and say, we're clickbaiting people. We're just trying to fucking make money. If they just said that, I feel like me, I'd feel a lot better. Now, sometimes they have valid points, especially when The Last Jedi came out and the big backlash happened. But I think they saw their algorithms and they analyzed their videos and realized that shit blew up. So they just kept doing it. Yeah. And then they just became these personas that really aren't them in real life. I feel like there's a little bit there, but it's not totally.
They play it up.
I feel like it's a character. They become characters,
yeah.
And it's just to make money, and that's great. But to put out all that negative energy to make money, that's my thing. Is it's you want to sleep at night, man. You want to put your head down and you want to sleep
on a big pile of money.
But when you on a big pile of money, but to that kind of psychological damage that you're doing to people by putting out all that negative energy is just it's not productive. That's why someone like Ripa, who actually fucking made a comic book, he can bitch all he wants about comic books because he fucking went out and did it. But everybody else, I feel they're clickbaiting. I mean, because in the end, why would you make 50 hate videos about Brie Larson? Why? I mean, couldn't you get all your points out in the first video, right? When she,
but she exists every day, so every day she's probably done something.
No, see, that's not. I don't know if that's the way to look at it.
I know
it's clickbaity. It's clickbaity stuff.
It's 100%. Well, for the quarterings part, he's actually come out on several occasions and basically said, "Yes, I'm clickbaiting. I'm using my audience because they hate this person, so I'm going to milk it for all it's worth."
Yeah. But his following loves it. They love it, and it's just toxic, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. The problem I have with a lot of those people is you want to bash on people. Fine. You want to hate on stuff, whatever. My problem is they lie. It's like the lies and the misinformation.
Right.
Like this latest Disney thing. Right. And I actually talked to Vito. I don't know if you know him, but he made a video too, where he's like, oh, Disney lost 2.4 million Disney Plus subscribers, right? And everyone's like, Disney's losing, go woke, go broke. And I said, Vito,
right.
After he made his video, I DM'd him. I said, Vito, you know why they lost those subscribers? He goes, what do you mean? I go, they lost the deal in India for the cricket league. And so all the people in India unsubscribed to Disney Plus. That's why they lost all those subscribers in that short period of time. It has nothing to do with Marvel or the MCU or TV shows or it was a sports thing. 100%.
And that's the
Yep.
business part of show business that they don't understand, or some people don't understand. They're quick to react without really investigating it, and I think that's always been the problems with a lot of it. And I'll be honest with you,
makes a good video.
It makes a good video,
for them.
but they're preaching to echo chambers, and that's the problem, because honestly, like,
yeah, exactly.
when you hear someone chime in, like, first of all, I've talked to a lot of people in what they call the above the line, people that are above the line. They don't, and I've said this on Max's channel, they don't give a fuck about YouTubers. They don't care. Kathleen Kennedy,
no, why would they?
About YouTubers? They don't care. She's think about this: the most successful woman in the history of film as a producer is going to get bent out of shape by somebody who got pissy on fucking YouTube.
Well,
no,
you say that, and then I had a CEO of a video game company constantly making hateful comments towards me, trying to dox me.
Yeah, but that's the exception. That's the exception.
There's always going to be there's always going to be an exception, but
Tommy's crazy, right? So.
But for the most part, the rule is
he's nuts.
They don't care about YouTube. They just don't. And so, like, they're going to do what they feel is right for their business. And if it doesn't work, they pivot and they go down a different direction. But screaming on YouTube isn't going to really solve problems,
But I don't think they're looking to solve problems. That's part of the thing too. Like, I don't think a lot of these people that are complaining want a solution, right? Because a solution would end their job. They don't have a job no more.
Absolutely.
It would end their gravy train.
It would end their gravy train. Absolutely.
That's why they never offer a solution. That's why they're always like, they're just mad. Like, oh, she did this thing and I'm mad about this thing. But like, well, what's the solution? No. Don't give a solution, because then my gravy train, my grifting is over.
Were you on one of the streams where I was talking about Kathleen Kennedy and some of the decisions that were made, like from a business standpoint? If you don't want to, if you don't want to dive into it, if you don't want to go, I mean, we can go down the rabbit hole, but one of the things that producers, it's like what I was saying, you look at a Marvel movie, they'll have 600 credits. They outsource, CGI to 6 different visual effects houses across the globe. So they're trying to maintain continuity between people in India, people in Japan, people in the United States, all making sure they're all using the same, what one company will do nothing but buildings in a scene, and one person will just animate Spider-Man swinging. One person will just do lighting effects, and like the things are handed off, right? And that's just an example of like how big of a monster it is. But when you got 600 people you're dealing with, you're working on a movie, and you're also trying to develop other projects at the same time. So you got this one going here, that one going there, that one going there. It's just so massive. And so what happens is producers, and this goes to Amazon, Hulu, Netflix, you just end up putting out fires as they pop up and solving problems. And that's what producers do. And so one of the things that they realized was, after the kind of the flop of Solo, which you have to look at this, like Lucasfilm is Lucasfilm, Disney is Disney, even though Disney owns them. For quite a few years, the Star Wars films were coming out at Christmas, right? People got trained that like, oh, Christmas is coming, it's going to be a Star Wars film. But they had so much faith in Mary Poppins, the new one with Emily Blunt, written by what's his name? Miranda was doing all the songs and all that kind of stuff. He had a part in it. They were banking on that being a huge hit. So they kind of swapped the Solo, a Star Wars story, with Mary Poppins. And they didn't anticipate, once you get a time slot, like in the theatrical, and you book it, it's like an act of Congress to move it. And you'll hear, oh, well, they pushed the movie. They pushed it 2 months or pushed it a week. Dude, you know what they got to jump through? The hoops to have thousands of theaters across the country, different chains having to move, scheduling. It's massive.
Yeah, that's why Disney just buys their own tickets, right?
I don't know if that's true, but
that was the claim for Captain Marvel. Remember?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. They were saying they're about, yeah. Oh, it wouldn't happen to be that, like, it came right after Infinity War, and everyone wanted to see what the fuck was. Yeah, that because everyone know. I mean, for me, I think Iron Man 3 wasn't a very good movie compared to some of the other stuff, but it just happened to be right after. What was it? What was the one that was before that made $1 billion? Was it Age of Ultron? No. Anyway, it like happened to follow one of the big ones, and so that's why I think it did so well. But I digress. So we're talking about Disney. So we're talking about moving things around. That's just like really hard to do. So I think what happened was they didn't anticipate the backlash on The Last Jedi. And they had already fixed the time slots for the next film to drop, X amount of months later. And then they had already like isolated Mary Poppins for the Christmas debut. And so once they had that going, it was almost impossible to stop that machine from going in the direction it was going. Could it have been done? Yes. But they really thought Solo was going to be a hit because, people who have watched Solo really kind of like that movie.
I like Solo.
It's a good movie. I like it.
It's a good movie. It's a good film. And so the fact that it just kind of flopped was because of the backlash of, people who like me, who didn't like what happened to Luke Skywalker and all that shit. I ended up seeing Solo, before it was released. I'll get into that later, but, so long story short, decisions have to be made at a higher level that have to coordinate with Disney and all that other kind of stuff. When Solo flopped, they were originally supposed to do a Boba Fett film. They were supposed to do a Obi-Wan Kenobi film, and there were talks about a Yoda film. And you can go back and you can read that this stuff was happening. So Gareth Edwards did really good with Rogue One, and he was a hot director at the time. He had just come off Godzilla. Godzilla did $500 million at the box office. And one of the things that they were going to do, Lucasfilm, their strategies was, we're going to hire these young, hot, next generation actors, and they're going to take us into the next generation. Right. So Gareth Edwards comes on board. Well, his big claim to fame prior to Godzilla was a movie that put him on the map, which was this handheld shit monster movie that, everything's like this. You didn't really see the monster except in a couple of shots because it was two people running away from the damn thing. And it was a hit. And so not a huge hit, but they gave him Godzilla. Like Legendary was like, okay, let's do Godzilla. Godzilla was a hit. Lucasfilm's, okay, this guy loves Star Wars. He's talking about Star Wars. Let's bring him in. Maybe John Knoll talks to this guy, and then they give him Rogue One. But as they were filming that movie, they realized that they were looking for an aesthetic that was a continuation or a continuity with the other Star Wars films. And he was doing a lot of shaky cam shit, Saving Private Ryan shit. So when they're seeing the dailies, they're like, this isn't really jiving with like how the rest of the movies are going to look. And much like Marvel doesn't allow their directors to go too far off. As again, this is a Disney thing. This is a Lucasfilm, Marvel. If you're making a cinematic universe, you don't want to go too far off of like the template. Yeah. Okay. You can mess with color palettes and do things like that, but you can't really mess too much with the overall thing because it's all got to be connected. So because Rogue One was going to kind of blend right into A New Hope, they needed this movie to be a certain way. So Gareth Edwards, even though, they brought him back and let him, get in the Last Jedi in a cameo, and they like him, but they brought in Tony Gilroy to kind of rewrite and kind of take over and redo the ending. But Gareth Edwards, because he directed 70% of the film, gets full credit. But that was a decision Kathleen Kennedy made. And I beg anyone to argue with me that Rogue One is not one of the best Disney Star Wars films. It's one of the best films in the Star Wars franchise, I think. And that end scene with Darth Vader and the lightsaber down the tunnel and all that shit, like everything that was done that Tony Gilroy did really elevated that film.
That's funny because I actually didn't like the Darth Vader hallway scene.
You didn't like that?
No, I think because it does lead right into the New Hope. And in the original movie, he's not that badass. So
he's not that badass. I know. But you know what? It was an opportunity to do something really fucking cool with Darth Vader that no one had ever seen before.
Yeah. It's a cool scene.
It's a cool scene, and they think it's just this big. Yeah. But I digress. So you had that experience where Kathleen Kennedy, an executive decision was made. Tony Gilroy brought in, boom. next movie up, Josh Trank was tapped to do the Boba Fett film. Josh Trank was on the Fantastic Four, and they were having lots of problems. I had a friend of mine that worked on Fantastic Four. He told me about some of the problems, and they decided to pull the plug before Josh Trank got immersed. But they did make the announcement he was going to do the Boba Fett film, they were circling him for the Boba Fett film. But when all the bad stuff was coming out about Fantastic Four, they were like, nope. And Josh Trank's career just died. So at 1 minute, it was like, Fantastic Four, your next movie's Boba Fett. You're going to be working with Star Wars. And then they fucking pulled the plug out from underneath him, and his career has been. Anyone talk about Josh Trank? Anybody talk about the guy? So, but they dodged a bullet because one, Fantastic Four wasn't very good, but two, he was contractually obligated to still be on set, but they came in and 20th Century Fox, and they had somebody else directing, and he had to sit in a corner with a dunce cap on because and just sit there and watch it. Not to mention his dogs like ruined the place that they rented for him, and he was having parties with underage girls, and there was a lot of shit that went on, and they saw red flags. Disney and Lucasfilm saw red flags. We're done with the guy. So the press is, they fired Josh Trank. They're not going with him. Tony Gilroy came in to help this film. But again, the strategy was hot young directors. So Lord Miller, boom, Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse, big fucking movie. They love these guys. Lego movie, all this shit. Let's get these young guys in there. Let's get them in. Solo, written by Lawrence Kasdan, who wrote Empire Strikes Back, Raiders of the Lost Ark. He's known Kathleen Kennedy, George Lucas, and everything since the inception of ILM, going all the way back to 1974, 5. And these guys come in, and they're like doing the improv stuff after a couple of takes and rewriting Lawrence Kasdan's script that he wrote with his son. Not good. Doesn't work that way. So, and then you start hearing complaints like Alden Ehrenreich was upset that he felt like his performance was coming across like Jim Carrey in Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. And that's not what he signed on for. He didn't want to do the over-the-top jokey stuff. Yeah. And so Kathleen Kennedy, they got to come in. Tell these guys, look, you can't improv. They let him keep going and shoot the film. But they're already clashing Larry Kasdan and all that stuff. And the damage is already kind of done. And so they're like, okay, the strategy of going with younger directors is not the strategy we thought it was going to be. And so let's pull these guys off the film, even though they had shot 80% of the movie. Well, they bring in who? George Lucas says, the guy I've been working with since he was a teenager and who's gone on to do all this stuff with ILM and the whole nine yards. Willow, let's bring in Ron Howard. So you bring in a good director. No matter how the box office turned out, Solo was a good movie. And in order to get full director's credit, which Ron Howard did, according to the Directors Guild of America, DGA, you had to have directed over 75% of the film. So they were like, you know what? We don't want these guys anywhere near this thing. Yeah. Miller and Lord Miller. So they make the decision to double down and let's not screw this movie up and pull out the money and go ahead and like basically do the movie over again. Okay, there you go. So now going forward, the Obi-Wan Kenobi thing was supposed to be a feature film, but they decided to just stop doing the Star Wars stories. It was supposed to Solo a Star Wars story, Obi-Wan Kenobi a Star Wars story, Yoda. No, we're not doing any of it. And then of course the inception of Disney Plus comes along and they decide to do a streaming network. And what was the Boba Fett movie kind of evolved once Favreau came in, and then we get The Mandalorian, which ends up being a great show that everyone likes. There's a couple of things we could be nitpicky about, but for the most part, it was a hit. And so then their strategy shifted, and so for me, a good producer can make those calls and pivot. The problem is the people on the outside that doesn't know how the machine works, they're seeing it as failures, but they're really not. They're pivots because you're seeing what's happening. And as a manager, you're managing stuff. And you got to look, if Spielberg, Yeah, I mean, Kathleen Kennedy, Schindler's List. I mean, you could go through the list of all the movies she helped produce, and you just can't say that she's just this woman that's, coming in to ruin Star Wars. It's like, no, like the intention is to make back the $4 billion investment that Disney made. I mean, and the thing is like that was $2 billion in cash for Lucas and $2 billion in stock. So he still owns a huge chunk of Disney in stock. And so you're trying to make your investment back. You're trying to do things you're doing, and things have suffered, like toys and things like that. But, the generation of kids now aren't the collectors like we are in our 40s or whatever. Right. So, you look at what Hasbro's doing now. They've pivoted back to doing the Black Series, but what are they doing? They're bringing back Luke and Han and the speeder bike guy is coming back. He's in the next batch, and they're going back to the well. They're going back to what worked the first time, And so, they're making course corrections. Unfortunately, they can't do it in real time, which is what the internet wants. I want it now. And, and you could be upset with the Lucasfilm Story Group, or all the things that people call woke in there. It's weird. I've not read any of the books. I guess like the New Republic shit. Like I haven't read any of it.
Me either.
But some people that have read it have gone, holy shit, this isn't so bad. And again, like this is the stuff that you hear. And so it's easy to hate on stuff, but I feel like, we've turned the corner. There was missteps, but I feel like we've turned the corner. And although, I feel like the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, I liked only 3 out of the 6 episodes. It
wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that bad
stuff.
No, but I mean, the end with Ewan McGregor like tearing up and shit after he sliced the helmet over, and he's like, and he's like, you didn't kill him, I did. It's like, holy shit! It's just like it's some powerful stuff. And so, Book of Boba Fett, it was weird. It kind of didn't really. They couldn't figure out what was going on with it. I feel like, and then they dropped in a whole episode of The Mandalorian right in there because I think they thought people were tapping out on it because they could probably see the numbers, and so, I feel like they make the corrections when they have to. And I mean, and look at the CGI Luke that we've got now that's popping up here and there. I think they're going to bring him back in a massive way in this final battle on Mandalore with all this shit. I think he's going to show up, and it'll be the Luke Skywalker we wanted to get at the peak of his powers. I think that's coming. That's why I keep saying when you see the Han Solo or you see the Indiana Jones stuff, the CGI, I'm like, no, dude, it's coming, dude. Like it's coming. They're going to do it. And I feel like people are going to get excited again and not, be so frustrated. It's, but Kathleen Kennedy's done a good job as far as I'm concerned. If you're on the inside, if you're on the outside, she looks like she sucks with the whole, the Force is female, and like you can just ring those bells all day long, but in the end it's like
that was all overblown. I mean, I actually didn't watch when the Disney sequel trilogy came out. I didn't watch them because I was stuck in that whole like, oh my god, they hate us and blah blah blah. I was in that mindset.
Yeah.
And a couple years ago I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna watch them, and they weren't that bad. I was like, why didn't I watch these movies when they came out? They weren't that bad. They're pretty decent movies.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the second one kind of, it fucked everything up because he was doing his own thing.
Yeah. And then JJ had to mop up the mess is what happened. But I think The Force Awakens, like it's the only one I own on Blu-ray. I wanted that physical media. And yes, everyone's like, this is just like A New Hope. They come in, like Han Solo's the Obi-Wan that gets killed by the lightsaber, and then they come in and they have to take out, instead of the Death Star, they got to take out a giant planet, and there's a giant Death Star, and that's the argument. And then you think about the Phantom Menace. It's like, Anakin is a little boy in the desert that gets discovered that has these powers, that becomes a good pilot, that ends up destroying the droid ship at the end that saves the day. Oh, Luke Skywalker is a a teenager in the desert who's really good shooting womp rats at 2 meters, and he's a pilot.
It rhymes.
Right, and then he goes and destroys a Death Star, and then you got Rey, a girl found in a desert.
That's what messed it up. It was a girl that screwed it all up.
Well, yeah, but the thing about it is, if you even listen to what Lucas says about when he made the first trilogy and the second trilogy, he says it's cyclical. And everything may feel a little different, but it's cyclical. And even if you look at The Last Jedi, it's very similar to The Empire Strikes Back, except instead of salt, it's snow on the planet. Instead of at the beginning of the movie, it's at the end with the Adat Walkers. Right?
Yeah.
The Adat Walkers have to destroy the thing that has the force field that protects the base. They're trying to get through a blast door to get to the rebels, and they have to. And what happened on Hoth? Princess Leia flew off in the the Millennium Falcon. What happened at the end of Last Jedi? Rey flies off with the remaining rebels in the Millennium Falcon. It's like guys, it's not a fucking stretch, dude. Like it's like all of them are poetic in how they tell that story. Now, I had problems with The Last Jedi. Still had problems with Last Jedi, and they were mostly director's choices. But if you look at the movies as a whole, it's the same shit.
Yeah.
Even The Rise of Skywalker, the Emperor, you have to come to me. And then what did he say to Luke in Return of the Jedi? Strike me down with all of your hatred, and your journey towards the dark side will be complete. And what's he telling Rey? Strike me down and take over. It's the fucking same thing. Like every trilogy is the same thing. And so like, if you break it down like that, what were people expecting? I mean, I don't know.
It just became this culture war thing. They just didn't want it to succeed because they were taking their toys away. They were saying, "Hey, we're gonna let the girls play with the toys for a little while." And they're like, "No, these are ours. You can't have them. You can't have these toys."
And I get that. But here's the litmus test. My daughter's 3. She has a blue lightsaber, and I bought her a Rey costume because as a little girl, I showed her The Force Awakens. Man, she runs through the house. She's 3 years and 2 months. Dad, the Rathtars are coming after us. Dad, the Rathtars. And she's running with her lightsaber through the house. And what I realize is, like, Ahmad Best was just at one of the Star Wars celebrations, and they interviewed him, and they were talking about, when he almost committed suicide, and because he had been ragged so much for all these things. And he said, but Lucas pulled him over and said to him, one day, the kids that saw The Phantom Menace and were first introduced to you will never forget you, and you will be their Chewbacca. You will be their character. And now when you saw him at Star Wars Celebration, he's telling a story about, almost killing himself, and that's what Lucas told him. Everyone cheered, and they were like, because the people that watched The Phantom Menace and they watched the Revenge of the Sith, they grew up with him. A lot of the 40-year-old pluses, we grew up with the first version. So even me, I was like, with the prequel trilogy, I was like, what the fuck am I watching when I saw the first movie?
Yeah, exactly.
I really was. I actually didn't understand what the fuck Jar Jar was saying and thought they should have subtitled it. Misa, what are you? And I'm going, what? I'm in the theater going, what the fuck did he just say? And I thought the only thing good about that movie, kind of still to this day, is just the 3-way lightsaber battle. To me, that's epic Star Wars right there. But everything else was kind of and so, but there are people like Star Wars Theory that fucking love the prequel trilogy. Like, that's his trilogy. That's his fucking jam.
That's what he grew up with.
That's what he grew up with. And so I look at my daughter, and it fucking clicks in my head. Oh, no. She likes Rey. She has a Rey costume. She has a blue lightsaber. She has not seen the original trilogy, not seen the prequels. And as she gets older, she'll be introduced to those. But Rey is her Jedi. And that's kind of how I have to look at these things. And I think if people took a step back and kind of looked at it that way and look at what the kids are saying. And I mean, you hear Lucas say it all the time. He'd say, these movies are made for kids.
Yeah. Well, I think that's part of the problem, Sean. If you look at it, this is no shade on anybody, but if you look at a lot of the people complaining about the Star Wars and the sequel and the Disney trilogy, they don't actually have kids, right? They don't have children. So they don't have that that revelation that you had seeing your kid playing, looking up to Rey and that's her Jedi. They don't have that. So they're just looking through their eyes what they want. Right? They don't care about the new generation of kids.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then and again, like the outrage gets the clickbait money. So
yeah.
There's that. I just keep realizing, I keep thinking it's this eye here. My daughter's she was wearing some kind of costume tonight with glitter on it. I got glitter under my eye. It keeps twinkling in the light, and I'm going, what is that in my eye?
I thought you put on makeup for the show.
Yeah, I did. Jesus. Oh boy, I'm gonna get it for that one. Cancel me.
No one's watching. No one watches this.
No, that's not true. Somebody will. But anyway, so there's that. I think we're going to see some really cool Star Wars coming forward, and I think they're learning the lessons. And also, every time they've made a leap in technology, if you look at the first Star Wars in the 1977 version, it's slow as fuck. Like the editing pace, and then you realize, like, yes, Marsha Lucas saved that movie in the edit, and it kind of feels like a student film. Like the pacing of it feels like a student film, and when you look at the movies today, you're like, oh man, and that's why, like when you said, the thing at Rogue One at the end, because Darth Vader, it goes from that to like crippled old man fighting Alec Guinness, and it was the worst lightsaber battle ever. And you're like, yeah, I get it, because like it doesn't match. But at the same time, it's like, what are you going to do? And so I feel like they're learning the lessons, and like I said, they were learning the technology in 77. They were inventing things like motion control cameras and stuff. And like right now, the big thing is the volume, that they have the wraparound $18 million wraparound LED screens, and it's a new technology. They're learning it, and they're learning the limitations of it, like what they can do. You can only do wide shots. You can't do this. You can't do that. And so that's why certain things with the Mandalorian feel a little stiff or stale, or sometimes you can actually see the stitching in the upper right-hand corners in the first episode of the Mandalorian, upper right and left. You can see it curve a little bit, like almost like a fisheye look, because as he's walking in the snow, it's tracking with him. And again, like you look at the first movie, motion control cameras, models, and you look at now, and I feel like once they get the hang of the volume and really how to make it work, because it's all new technology. And then you look at the deep fake stuff they're doing now. You look at
don't look at the deep fake stuff. That's how that dude got canceled a little while ago.
What are you talking about?
Some Twitch streamer got caught looking at deep fake porn of other Twitch streamers.
Oh, I'm not talking about deep. It's out there, but what I'm saying is you look at what they did at the end of the season 2 for the Mandalorian, and with Luke Skywalker, and then you look at the book of, or whatever the fuck, what came out next.
Well, I mean, just look at what they did with the what was it, the Justice League with Superman, and they couldn't even get his mustache off right.
Yeah, but you know what? All right, so I have a friend of mine, Julian, who knows the guy that worked on the mustache. Okay. The CGI guy. And just to be fair, they only gave him 48 hours to do all the scenes. Okay. They rushed it, and they didn't give the guy the time to do it. And he's embarrassed by it. The guy who did the CGI. They just didn't. They didn't give him the time to do it. And so I used to rag on the mustache thing, but then when I found out through a friend, Julian, that knows the guy, how they treated the whole situation, I was like, oh dude, I feel bad for that guy. Like now I'm not even mad at him that he screwed it all up. He couldn't get it done in time. Like he did the best he could do. He did the best he could do. So, and again, unless you knew my friend Julian, who's friends with the guy, he wouldn't tell me the guy's name because he didn't want to
out him.
The guy doesn't want to be outed, but unless you're in the business and you know somebody who knows somebody who tells you the story, all you know is Warner Brothers did a shitty job with the mustache and ruined Henry Cavill, and they're right, but there's more to the story than what's out there. I wish that guy would step forward and just be like, dude. But the thing is, he wants to keep working in the business. Yeah. You can't come out and say shit. I've been lucky that like I've been doing the YouTube thing and messing around, but like I don't push the envelope enough where someone's like, don't let that motherfucker on our set because he'll say something on the internet. Because I've proven that I don't do anything or put photos out until after a movie's released or a TV show's released. So
I was going to ask you, is that like hard? Because I know like if you work on a show or something, you're like, oh, you know the ending, you know all the little things, and you want to talk about it. You know, you want to talk about your work. Is it hard to keep that a secret, or do you actually tell your wife?
I mean, you know, she worked for Sony Pictures for 14 years out in Los Angeles, and she was a producer's assistant on Swamp Thing, and she was a producer's assistant on Good Behavior. It was a series on TNT, and she did a couple of ABC pilots. She's been in the business a long time too. So like when we talk, I'm not hiding. I mean, we can talk to each other about anything. You know, she'll tell me stories about things that happen at Sony, and I'll tell her stuff, you know, that happens on my shows. The thing about it is like, you're in a bubble, and you just kind of stick with your bubble as far as like when you're on set and you're talking. And the other thing is like, I don't watch the shit that I work on till I'll take a year off from it. Right. Because everything's fresh in your mind. And what I like to do is I want to pull myself out of that so that when I'm watching it, I'm looking at it as a viewer with fresh eyes and enjoying the movie. You know, I don't want to be like watching a movie and then go, oh, dude, I remember when it fucking rained that day and I was cold as fuck, you know, and it has nothing to do with what's on screen, but it's bringing back trigger moments.
Yeah.
You don't want, so I think when the first big movie I worked on, Knights and Rodanthia's Crew, I didn't see it for 2 years after we finished it.
Damn.
And I couldn't tell you too much about the movie, but I could tell you a lot about behind the scenes because it was just a fun experience to be on that movie. And you know, but I saw the movie one time. But I bet if I watched it again, I'd be like, oh, I remember that now. Sometimes you need distance. You need to step back from things to enjoy them.
Yeah. I heard Brian Cox never watches any of his movies.
That wouldn't surprise me. But as an actor, I don't like watching. I know a lot of actors that don't like watching themselves.
Yeah, I don't like listening to myself, so I don't even watch any of the shows I do.
No, you got a good voice. You got a voice for radio. I'll give you a quick example. So I used to be the guy that didn't like watching himself until I was on a movie as crew. See, that's the thing. I think if more actors worked as crew first and were in different departments and kind of understood the process, they wouldn't feel that way about their performance. But I remember talking to a director once, and he said to me, you know, because some actors will see something and go, oh, I want to do it again. Can I do it again? Or maybe they go to the premiere and they watch something. They go, oh, I thought we had a better take of that. I thought, man, I wish I could do it again. Right.
Yeah.
But see, the idea is if the director says we got it and we're moving on, cut, print. They say that now, but everything's digital, you know, but it's still like lingo that they use on set. But a director once told me, he said, Shaun, we take the best takes of every shot and we assemble them. And he goes, and it's the best take in my mind as a director that actor performed. And so when you're watching a movie from beginning to end, whether the movie's bad or good or mediocre, you're watching the best takes of every take assembled. And if you watch it 100 times, you're still watching the best takes of it. But if you go to live theater, sometimes someone will flub a line. Sometimes the crowd might not be into it when you're in there and the vibe is weird. Somebody, you know, may get swapped out with an understudy because someone got sick. So he said the theater experience is totally different, but you can guarantee that when an actor watches a movie, they're watching the best performance in every take every time. And so when the audience is watching it, they're watching the best movie every time, even if the movie's no good or whatever. Right. They're still watching the best of what they could get. And he said, when you start looking at it like that, you're like, okay, well, you got the best. That's it. That's all I could give you. And then you move on. And that kind of helps a psychological kind of crutch that actors have a tendency to have, is that they think, oh, I can't watch it because maybe I could have done it this way. It's like, no, dude, the director said that was it, which means that the best that captured his vision. And so everything's the best when you're watching a movie, even if it sucks.
It's the best version of the worst movie you ever watched.
It's the best movie. Yeah, exactly. You said it perfectly. Yeah. And I think that's a good story. And I think every actor should hear that.
Definitely. Is there any actors that you wish you could work with? Anyone you're like, hey, I really want to get,
I mean, obviously, like Harrison Ford's 80.
Yeah.
So that ship has sailed. I think he's, I don't think I get a chance to ever work with him.
I don't know. Maybe we could sneak you into the new Captain America movie. He's going to be in that.
Oh yeah, that would be cool. I got a friend of mine he's one of the crew guys on Armor Wars with Don Cheadle. They're rewriting that as a feature film. So, and he did Mrs. Maisel, or not Mrs. Maisel, Mrs. Marvel. And I got friends at the Marvel stuff that are crew, but I don't know if I could get in there. The audition process is so hard for a Marvel movie, but Harrison would be good. I've got friends that, they worked on The Fugitive and they were like, dude, he's always smoking pot. Big fucking pot smoker. He'd come out, eyes glazed, get some, eye drops in, shit like that, So yeah, you hear things. Who would I like to work with? I just like being surprised on every show. Every show is cool because like somebody will be on the show that you didn't know was going to be there, and you're like, oh shit, that person's on this thing, and because a lot of casting happens as things are being shot, so you don't have the full cast when you go into production. So sometimes they're still waiting on somebody to sign a deal, or someone's asking for more money, so they got more negotiating to do, and so sometimes you're in the middle of filming, and the next thing you're like, that motherfucker's on set. Oh shit, that's so cool. Where is he? Or where is she? Let me look. So I don't know, man. It's just whatever happens.
Yeah. Well, based on that answer, I was going to ask you if you ever get over the starstruck attitude, but apparently you don't. Apparently, you're always like, hey, there's famous people, and you're impressed by them, or there's famous people that oh man, I was a big fan of that person, and now they're on set, and I want to talk to them.
I was scared shitless when I met Mel Gibson. Fucking, but he made me feel so comfortable in the first 2 minutes. I was like, oh, this is great. So I picked him up at the airport, and I had a sign, and it's his fake name. He's got a fake name. I won't say what it is. So like when they check into hotels and all that kind of shit, like Val Kilmer. I did a movie with Val Kilmer. Anytime he checks into a hotel and stuff, it's Doc Holliday. Like that's his shit. That's the shit. It's never Val Kilmer. It's Doc Holliday. And so it's just funny like that. And so they have these code names so that people don't recognize them. And Mel told me, he was like, he said, COVID's been great because I have to wear masks everywhere when I'm on the planes and shit. Like no one. But the thing about it is like you hear his voice and it's fucking Mel. Like you can hear it. You're like, oh shit, who the fuck? And then, dude, I'm telling you this. And this is just the weirdest shit in the world, but like Mel's fucking eyes, they are the bluest motherfucking eyes you will ever see in your entire life. I swear to God, it's the weirdest genetic fucking thing. Like his eyes are fucking blue, and it's almost out of this world how fucking blue his eyes are. And so like you see that, and then you hear the voice, even with the mask on, you're like, oh fuck, this Mel Gibson. But I remember he gets off the plane, and we go to baggage claim, and this guy who was on the plane just walks up, and he leans in and he goes, you're the guy, aren't you? And Mel's like, I don't know what you're talking about, pal. And he goes, no, I know you. You're the guy. I think you got me confused with somebody else, and but he got the mask on, but people still, even with the mask on, full mask, only see the eyes. He had a ball cap on. They fucking knew it was him. And so, and you meet people, and I got a little nervous. I was, not Michael Caine. I was a little fucking starstruck. I met George Lucas on a movie called Radioland Murders, and I'll tell you what, that was the thing that got me. I was starstruck the most. Period. Was George Lucas. So I'm on this movie, and it was in the 1990s, and there was a director. His name was Mel Smith, and he was directing this movie, but he's from the UK, and his green card expired, so he couldn't stay. So Lucas did second unit, and like it was the first time he had directed since the original Star Wars. This is before the prequels. He was directing second unit on this movie. And I went up to him in between setups, and I walked up to him, and I had been fucking rehearsing what I was going to say to him in my head, like for hours. Oh, you're the inspiration to me, all this, fucking that. I mean, I had it down. I was down to a T. I had all this fucking shit like in my head ready to say. And then I got up to him and I said, Mr. Lucas, can I have a minute? And he just turned, he's like, yeah. And I was like, everything that I had rehearsed in my head,
just gone.
I just fucking gone. And the only thing I can just muster out of my mouth to this day, I kick myself in the balls I just was like, you're the reason I'm in this business. Thank you. But dude, I had like fucking 2 hours of fucking shit I was going to tell him. It was between setups, so you only have a couple minutes. But I mean, dude, it was everything. It was everything, fucking everything. And that's all I could get out. And he looked at me and he just said, thank you. And then I was like, and I had to have looked like a deer caught in headlights. And I was like, okay, I'm going back over there. And I just fucking walked. But I'll tell you what, man, like as a kid who grew up to be an adult, and then I'm on a movie set, and then here's George Lucas, and on a kid, and when you're watching TV and you're seeing interviews as a kid, he's this giant guy, but he's like 5'4", and he had like 5 inches of hair because like he had the big fucking pompadour going at the time, the bouffant, and so I was taller than him, and I'm 5'9", and I'm looking down at George, and I'm going, fuck. Like, this is not how I played it in my head. Like,
he's like a fucking Ewok. I thought he was Chewbacca.
He was like, I thought he was Chewbacca. He's a goddamn Ewok. But, I think that was the time I froze. I fucking froze. Everyone else has been pretty good. Michael Caine, I was like, nervous about. Fucking love Michael Caine. Everyone else, Mel Gibson, yeah. I mean, but no, I mean, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, like all these people, like, Richard Gere, Diane Lane, like you meet all these people and they're just people, man. They're just doing their job and they're fun and they'll interact with you. You just, you don't want to be on the set where they're like, you can't look at the actor in the eyes. Like, don't fucking give them eye contact. Like there have been shows like that. Not gonna lie. I remember one time we got a memo, there was a memo from an actor. I won't say who it was, but his fucking food couldn't touch. So like when catering had his food, if the mashed potatoes and the fucking corn like ran into each other, and like maybe there was vegetables that had juice, like water that rolled into the chicken, this motherfucker flipped out. Send that shit. So it all had to come in separate containers, and he would eat them. You
got to get that prison tray. That's what I got.
Well, yeah, you need one of those, like a cafeteria tray. Yeah. But he, yeah, dude, it was like, fuck that, and yeah.
Well, it's weird when your food touches. Come on.
Yeah.
I don't want the mixed flavors. I want to taste the things that I taste.
Well, I get that, but it was like, did we really need to send a memo to catering for that? Like, and this was the same person that wouldn't walk on Earth.
Maybe he's a little.
No, this person ended up having a really hard time about a year later and had a break from the film industry, but is back and has been doing really well. But this particular person couldn't walk on Earth, only wanted to walk on pavement, asphalt, like man-made stuff. But the movie this person was working on, it had to be in the woods, and there was there was a horse involved, but I remember the set decorators lied to him, and locations lied to him and said they put hay everywhere on the ground where he walked, but they told him that the hay was grown hydroponically in water, so it would never been touched. It never had touched dirt, and he bought it, and so everywhere he walked, somebody would sprinkle shit in front of him, and this guy would walk.
It's out there.
Yeah, it's out there. No, but I will tell you a story. Donald Sutherland did a movie called Virus with Jamie Lee Curtis and I think Billy Baldwin was in that. He had just quit smoking. He had emphysema, and you couldn't be within 25 feet of him smoking a cigarette or you'd get fired. And he tried to execute that on a set with a construction guy that was off smoking. Like, I guess like the smoke came in his direction. Kind of like if you're at a stoplight, sometimes you're in a car, even with the windows up, if someone's next to you, you can smell a cigarette coming out, through your vents or whatever. Same thing, dude. But yeah, it was like, fuck you. Told the producers, this guy's gone. And I think they pretended to fire the guy, but made sure he hid somewhere. Cause you can't really do that. But that was like part of his deal, part of his contract. Couldn't fucking be around him. Donald Sutherland, smoking a cigarette. And I get it. He's trying to, like, he's got emphysema. He was a chain smoker for years and he's quitting and all that kind of shit. But, to tell people they're going to be fired, as bullshit. But there's stories like that, I mean, and I got a ton, but a lot of them I can't say. Like the actor that wouldn't walk on Earth.
You got to write them in a book. That way.
No. I'm going to put them on YouTube when they die. Like as soon as they die, I'm going to be like, well, fuck it. They're not going to come after me. Right. I'll say it now. I could do a memoir, but who the fuck's going to buy my no one cares about it. I'm nobody. Like no one's going to care about.
Well, you got a title look good. You got to be like Dirty Hollywood, the Shaun O'Rourke's memoirs.
No, because then I'm basically doing geeks and gamer shit.
Yeah, but you'll be old by then. It doesn't matter. Dude,
I'll be 48 in April. Like I'm fucking old. Like, or at least I think I'm old.
Well, I'm gonna be 42 next month. We're not old yet.
All right. Well, yeah, you're on the dude. I remember 42. Shit, now I get out of bed, everything pops. The knees pop, the shoulder pops, but everything pops. 42 is good. You don't know what's coming.
Well, I got all this monster running through my veins, so I'll be all right.
Oh yeah, dude, you got to cut back.
Yeah, I do.
What else?
It's hard.
What else you got? And why is Blinded not talking? And of course, and Hammock Guy bounced. What's going on? Like,
Hammock Man said he had to go take care of something.
Okay.
I think something was going on in his house. I don't know what happened to Blinded. He went silent like 2 hours ago, and I have no idea.
No idea. Oh. So, oh man, I'm looking at the comment section. Wow.
My comments froze. I don't know if people just stopped talking. They're just listening.
Well, I'm looking.
But it's been a lovely 3.5 hours. I think.
Yeah. I've shared some fun stories. And hey, look, Mel Gibson made me eat a steak. I'm gonna tell you what. I haven't shared that I haven't shared that yet. With too many people. Sent an email. Okay, Saggy.
No rush.
I look forward to the email.
Sending those free OnlyFans pictures. I know what she's doing.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna see them saggy melons. No. But yeah, so I mean, I've had a good time tonight, It's closing in on midnight. If you have any other questions, let me know. But
I was hoping Blinded would have something because I know he's studying film and all that. But like I said, I don't know.
Yeah, he just kind of like bounced, man. I thought he was gonna say shit too.
Yeah. Tony,
I'm back.
He's back as we're getting ready to leave. I'm back.
Yeah, it sounded like you ran over to the mic. He's like, no, guys, I'm back. Don't worry.
Well, I was listening. Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, did you have any questions? Do you have any,
I mean, there was one thing that you mentioned that was kind of interesting about the perfect takes and stuff, because I've talked to this editor who's working on this TV show for Vikings. I'm not sure if you know that show,
yeah,
but it was
yeah.
And he told me how much like a mess it was just working with directors sometimes, because they wouldn't know what shot they wanted. So I thought that was kind of funny. And he ended up actually winning some like award, because he's from Canada. We're Canadian, right? So he ended up winning an award for this episode where the director didn't know what to do. So he was kind of like left like to just puzzle the episode himself, right? So he ended up winning something for that, and
good for
it's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, editors can sometimes guide directors in the right direction. You know, I mean, you got script supervisors are really good about that too, where they'll take really good notes and sometimes the editor will look at the notes and go, oh wait, this is probably better, and then the director may not have even thought that script that was better. You know, it's funny. There's so many new directors now that have been entering Hollywood, and I see it all the time. Like you know, I'm 48 and I'll see some 25-year-old on set directing and I'm like, what the fuck, where they find this guy or gal or whoever, you know? And you know, I was talking to a friend of mine who's he's script supervisor. He's working on a project, and he was working on a script, he was working on a show. Oh, it was Tulsa King with Stallone. And he's working on that, and the director who was directing this episode just was struggling, like trying to tell Stallone, a guy who's, you know, directed many films and been working since the 70s. He was having trouble articulating what he needed. And a script supervisor is like one step below a director. And most script supervisors end up being directors because they're studying films for a decade of just like writing notes on every take and the whole 9 yards. They see the process. And the script soup ended up stepping up and kind of talking to the director, but then ending up directing Stallone himself. And I had that conversation last week with this person. And so it was really interesting that, you know, sometimes it's not the director that'll pull that together. It is the editor. The editor can make or break something, or a script supervisor can come in and make it work. So yeah. And I think directors are an interesting cat. I just happen to have one that gave me that kind of overall, you know, note on that. But not all directors probably think that way. I've seen directors that show up to set on a fucking major motion picture and they don't even have a fucking shot list.
Yeah. I have another story like that someone told me. One of the, you know, the RoboCop reboot, they shot it here in Toronto. And the director was this Brazilian guy. I don't remember his name, but
he did that movie Cop something. It was a cop movie.
He's not a Hollywood director, right? So he's more of the guerrilla type where it's like we shoot here and then the next day. So the crew was, one day they showed up and none of the actors showed up. The director didn't show up. And that's because he didn't inform everyone where they were going. So he went off with the actors, shot this scene, and then went to a different location. So he was hopping around, and it was like a mess for the crew because they were like, "Well, what are we supposed to do, right?" And so I thought there's all these like weird stories. That's why I was just like listening, because I'm like, when people tell me this stuff, I'm like, I don't even know what to say. I just want to like listen. It's just like and take notes and like, oh my god, like hearing some of these stories. But yeah, that's what I like about the onset stuff. It's very interesting. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So we did have a request from Saggy in the chat.
What is she saying?
A question. She said, "You never told me he was a butt double. Where do I see Shaun's cheeks?"
Episode 2, 3, and 4 of Eastbound and Down season 1.
Or if you don't want to dig up Eastbound and Down, we could just show it right now.
What you found it? No. It's real quick, guys. It's in a montage. Oh, is that it? Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Oh, God. Oh, is this the bloodshot? Is this the bloodshot? That's the thong. Yeah. There's the blood. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's my ass cheek. There you go.
Yeah, we'll slow it down for everybody.
Wow. I didn't know you even, I didn't know you found it. Those were all the 3 different thongs, too. Yeah. And that's my hand. Yep. Stick it in. Yeah. And there's the blood.
Little drop of blood.
Yeah. It actually, they cut because once the blood formed, then it just like ran down.
Wait, I wasn't looking. Go back.
No. It didn't. They didn't put that.
No. Saggy said in the chat. She goes, "Wait, I wasn't looking. Go back."
Oh, God, it's nothing. It's like a cheek. It's just a butt cheek with a thong on.
Just rewind the stream, Saggy. It's only 240p though. So
yeah. There you go. Yeah. True story, man. True story. Yep. You got a real shot in the booty. Yeah. Well, 5 takes, but only 3 of them made the cut. So 5 shots in the butt. Yeah. Yeah. Fun times.
That butt paid his mortgage.
That's it. Yeah. Damn straight it did. 3 months. So it was good stuff.
So you got anything else, Blinded? Anything you want to discuss?
Oh man.
Wait, we never even talked DC. I mean, what the fuck? Well, I guess we're pushing 4 hours anyway.
Well, we're good to stay if you are, but Blind is the DC guy. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could talk about that if you want, just for a little bit. Like, I'm kind of curious to what you think about James Gunn, because this is obviously very unprecedented to have a creative as a CEO for a studio. I feel like so, and I know that he's obviously more of a director and a creative type, right? So it's kind of weird that he's in charge, but like I understand that obviously he has the knowledge and for DC. So I want to see like your take on it, because I've watched some of your appearances on Max, and you were kind of like hesitant about it. I'm not sure if that was.
Well, it's not that I'm hesitant about it, but I don't know if you were aware, but I did call that he was going to be the head of like way before, almost forever. I was even like poking James Gunn months and months before any kind of announcement, going, "Hey, when are they going to announce?" I would tag him, on Twitter. I even did a video of every tweet that I
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
And it made sense. It just made sense. And so my thing is this: he's the creative, but he's got Peter, who is the business behind it. Like he's basically the Kathleen Kennedy. He's going to be the one that, can make sure everything works together and the 400 crew members come together for his Superman movie and all that kind of stuff. I really was hoping for a soft reboot, which we're getting a soft reboot, but I really thought they would keep Henry Cavill and Gal Gadot and just give them better scripts and just move forward with everything. And the fact that it just got just muddied, and the idea that like when James says that the Flash movie is the best comic book movie ever made, like that's high praise. I'm going now. You have to admit, in the Justice League movie, Ezra Miller was a fun standout as his character. I thought like he's got the acting chops. He can.
I didn't like him in that movie.
Well,
he's not really Barry Allen. He's more of a jokey character, but
more of a jokey character.
Yeah.
But what they gave him to do, I felt like he did well. And so it's one of those deals where it's like, I really thought they were going to can him too. Like I really thought like after everything that he'd been going through. But I was one that kept saying over and over again that like when I read that interview where James Gunn was like, dude, he like went on for 18 minutes when he was on Peacemaker, and the outtakes were amazing, and this whole banter back and forth about fucking a fish and all this kind of stuff. And when I heard the praise that James Gunn was giving him, I was like, dude, they really hit it off. Like these guys were on set and probably just hit it off. And again, like I've been on the record saying that I've known people that have had substance abuse and mental issues, and I really hope that he gets the help he needs and saves his career, like Robert Downey Jr. did, and other people that have fallen from grace and have gone through rough patches. But the fact you're going to keep Ezra, and you're going to get rid of Gale, and you're going to get rid of Henry, and it's like, what? Like what? Like why? And I don't follow DC enough to understand like when his announcement came out, the authority. I'm like, yeah. See, like once you start going like Marvel has to this level of like intergalactic shit, it's harder for regular people to connect with the stuff that goes on. I mean, even like, the multiverse of madness, that could be a little tough to to navigate. When you look at you know, when you again, it's like when you look at a Spider-Man movie and it takes place in New York and you can connect with the buildings and you understand the cars as he's swinging through, like humans get that. When you start fucking going out to cosmic shit, and I feel like once again they're just going to start going with these, you know, some of these offshoot characters that are just going to take it in directions that make it, and even like Green Lantern, for example, is going to push things in a way that it makes it the general audience. I'm not talking about the hardcore fans. Hardcore fans, the Disney fans or the DC fans, they're going to love this shit. But the general audience really needs to see Batman in Gotham, Superman in Metropolis. Like they you know, if you take Superman and he fucking flies off to another planet and the whole movie takes place in another planet, almost like the last Thor film where it's like all, you know, every one of the Thor films, he's in some intergalactic place. People just don't seem to connect with that. That's why I feel like even like with Marvel, the Eternals didn't really connect, you know, because I think people just had the question like, why the fuck didn't they step up when Thanos was fucking with everybody? Like, you know, they make that bullshit, you know, thing that with the comic books, well, we can't interfere, almost like Star Trek. We can, you know, it's a prime directive kind of shit. And it's like, fuck you, dude. Like once you go a certain way, and I just worry that like when you look at what James Gunn's done with the fucking giant starfish fucking thing coming, like when you start going there, you're not I don't think I think this is a gamble. This is a big fucking gamble. And we're just going to have to see it play out. Now, Peacemaker was good, but in the context of what that is, it's fine. But I'm a little nervous about the other stuff. I'm not going to lie. And I'll be honest with you. I'm not rushing out to see Shazam. I don't give a fuck now. I don't care. I'm not rushing out to see The Flash. I'm going to wait for all this shit to hit streaming. I'm not going to waste my time because I mean, if Ben Affleck's not in it and Henry Cavill, and I'm not a Snyderverse purist. My thing is I felt like they didn't give them enough time with the right scripts and with the right DC material to develop that shit. They just fuck it, you know. And if you're doing that every 10 years, you know, you're never gonna get to where Marvel is with fucking 30 movies all interconnected and then now television series. Like they should have just followed Marvel's blueprint. And so what if it seemed like they were copying it, you know?
Well, I think they were trying to at the beginning because like back in like 2014, they had this whole slate announced of all these movies with Cyborg and Green Lantern, and some of it happened, some of it didn't happen. So I mean, and I think that's because, you know, Batman vs Superman was kind of poorly received. I think it didn't make the box office that they were hoping, even though it did make money.
Yeah,
but
they wanted like $1 billion though.
Yeah. I still think it should have. If it was a good movie, it probably would have made more than $1 billion.
Well, I think the ultimate edition of that, which added in the Clark Kent like storyline, was better than the theatrical cut. And if they should have gone with that, but they didn't. You know?
Well, I mean, because that cut is also rated R. It's a soft R, but it's still rated R. So,
but you know, they're proving with movies like Deadpool and Wolverine and stuff that you can make an R superhero film and pull it off. Now, granted, it's the Trinity, it's the fucking, it's the three main, but still, I think they could have pulled that off. You know, it's just a shame. I mean, it goes back to what, you know, they keep fumbling the ball like they did with Brandon Routh. He was a good Superman, bad script. You know, Man of Steel, good Superman, and the script a little dark, like not the corn gold feel that like people were used to. And then they went really dark with Batman vs Superman, and then they fucking kill him. So it's like you already fucking put two different storylines. You jump the shark with the fucking you know, with Doomsday and all that kind of stuff, and you put in all these different things because, you know, like the Wonder Woman movie was fucking great.
Yeah, it was.
You know, and so they were starting to really do it right, and then it just kind of fell apart. And you know, I don't know. It's the whole thing. It'll be very interesting to see. You know, I got a friend of mine he's starting work on Penguin. And that person told me it's, they're spending $300 million for the first season of that show, and they're gonna build up all these characters from Matt Reeves's universe, these bad guys, and spin them off into the films. So they'll all have good backstories and stuff before they get there, so they don't have to waste time doing origin shit on the big screen. And I think that's a smart move. So people should pay attention to what Matt Reeves is doing. I just don't know. My thing is, like, I just hope they don't go jokey with all of this stuff. Now, granted, they're hiring different writers and it's all supposed to feel like it's connected. But I'm worried that jokey shit that Gunn does might spill over into a lot of this stuff. And I don't know if that'll work.
Well, I think the test will be his Superman script, right? Because if it's too similar to what he's done before, then obviously that's going to be a problem going forward. And
the casting of that is going to tell what kind of movie it is. And it's like I said on Max's stream, if they cast some fucking guy that looks like he should be at a barista at Starbucks, skinny emo fucking guy that's like, he could be Man of Steel because he's got superpowers and still look like if they don't go with somebody that's in halfway decent shape, that can pull off being Superman. I mean, look, Christopher Reeve put on 20 pounds to play Superman, and he still wasn't fully developed, like they do now with the fucking HGH and all that shit and TRT. But the bottom line is, you really have to look like the fucking comic book. Like,
well, did you hear the new rumor? I don't know if it's a rumor or if it's just something that the anti-SJWs are coming up with. But the new claim that I've heard is that it's going to be not Clark Kent Superman. It's going to be Jonathan Kent Superman. And that's why it's called Legacy. That's why, remember when he said it's going to be the exploration of his human side and his Kryptonian origins?
Well, I don't think that's going to be the case, because he did mention Clark Kent.
Yeah, but Clark Kent could be in the movie.
Well, he did say
but he said it was Clark
he said
Kent.
Clark Kent's already been at the Daily Planet for 2 years.
Yeah. I think that claim is more warranted with Batman, because he hasn't actually said Bruce Wayne's name, right? He just said that father and son relationship, which is a relationship that Dick and Damian have in the comics, which is, I like that comic. It's from Grant Morrison, Batman and Robin.
I haven't read that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So to be honest, I would prefer if Dick Grayson was Batman, just because it's more different. Yes, we didn't get Dick Grayson as Robin, but they kind of squandered that time.
Well, you can have
period.
flashbacks.
Yeah, you can have flashbacks, but I also think if you have two Bruce Waynes that are roughly the same age, right? Robert Pattinson and a different actor, it just kind of seems redundant to me. It's why not do something different?
What I could see happening is you have Dick Grayson as Batman. He's doing the relationship with Damian Wayne, and then you could flash back to Dick Grayson's time as Robin to show the difference between Bruce Wayne showing him stuff and how he's dealing with Damian.
Possibly.
Well,
I would see who's even directing it too. That's another thing.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like I don't want flashbacks to have to explain shit. Like, if you tell the story right and it's written right, you don't have to explain anything.
Yeah.
If they're trying to keep Matt Reeves's Batman and Bruce Wayne as Bruce Wayne, and then they're going forward with, this version of Batman after, Dick Grayson takes over, I think that would work. I'm just interested to see like how they're going to do the costumes. Like, are they going to go with the blue and the gray? Are they going to what are they going to do? Like, I'm wondering, the big debate about Superman having his trunks back again. Like, I'm just kind of like, what the fuck is Gunn going to do? Like, and I could see him putting the trunks back on Superman, which to me just realistically doesn't make sense. But, and then would he do that with Batman? Would everybody get trunks again? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like it's
I'm team trunks.
Like a fashion I think he's going to do it because it's like a statement, right? It says like we're going back to the character's roots, what it was in the comics, which I think.
If Batman doesn't do the Bat-Tusi in his movie, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, again, I the casting of Superman is going to be huge. I mean, and it has to be someone that and I've said this before, like we don't want to clone Christopher Reeve, right? But we've all seen that moment when Clark comes in with Margot Kidder and he pulls his glasses off and his entire posture changes. He becomes fucking Superman in that moment, and then realizes he doesn't want to reveal himself to Lois, and then cowers back down, and he's got like whoever takes on the role. And that was the problem with Henry Cavill, is
he wasn't a good Clark Kent.
He wasn't a good Clark Kent. Like you have to have that split where people can look at him and go, nah, that ain't fucking Superman. Like that
yes,
no.
yeah.
Look at him. He's a goofy fucking, barista. Okay. But at the same time, like there needs to be that transition. So for me, the actor is that can pull that off, plus have the look. And I swear to God, if they get someone like Brandon Routh and they put blue contacts in his fucking eyes again, I'm gonna be mad.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, we can't do that. No.
Find an actor with fucking blue eyes. You had him with Henry Cavill and the brown hair. You can find another motherfucker with blue eyes. Like, do it.
Well, Joshua Perez says, what if they're adapting All-Star Superman and Soups dies at the end? Then Supergirl takes the spotlight.
I doubt that. I mean, he's supposed to be 25.
Yeah, and he's relaunching this guy, like relaunching it all over again to try to make this the anchor for his fucking universe. He's not going to kill him in one movie. But
we say that and it took 2 movies and they killed off Superman last time.
Well, that's what I mean. They already did that. Why would they do that again?
Yeah.
So the other thing with the DC that I heard, this is I don't know if this is true or not, but what's his name? Brendan Fraser did an interview with I think it was Howard Stern. He talks about Batgirl. And the way he talks about Batgirl makes me think that the movie might actually be fucking good, and that it might be too good, right? Because if the movie's good and they put it out there, then people are going to want more. We've seen all the Snyder people, and maybe that they shelved it because they don't want to deal with it, right? Like if the movie comes out and it's good and they want this to continue, people are going to be like, hey, make another sequel to Batgirl, do this, keep her in the universe.
The only thing I'll say with that is James Gunn has openly said it's unwatchable.
And I mean,
now listen.
No, I think it was Peter Safran that said it was unwatchable.
Was it Peter Safran that said it was unwatchable?
Yeah, he did say that.
This is a guy that made Aquaman, which was the one that made $1 billion. And this is the one, and this is the guy that's helping steer the ship.
But I mean, they wouldn't come out and say, hey, it's a good movie, but we're shelving it. They would be like, oh yeah, it sucks. That's why we're shelving it, right?
If they really wanted to just use it as a tax write down, because they had to pull together $3 billion in write downs for the merger to get financially like solvent, and that's what happens when companies merge. They fucking find everything they can to write off, because you only get 1 year to do that. The first year,
you only get one shot.
You only get one shot when you merge. So they saw that as the sacrificial lamb. But I'll tell you what, I thought the Batgirl costumes, both of them, the first one and the second one, were so comic accurate. It's fucking ridiculous. At least that's that was my perception. And, we all know that Brandon Fraser's had his comeback here recently, but we don't really know. But the fact that James Gunn talked to the 2 directors, brought them in and had a meeting and wants to try to give them something else, maybe that fucking movie was good.
That's what I'm saying. Because, and again, here's the other thing that I'm thinking. With all the spotlight on Brendan Fraser from The Whale, right?
You think they'd pull it out?
They would. What's that called? There would be people like, oh man, well, you got to see. He was great in The Whale. He's probably going to be really good in Batgirl, and there's going to be hype around it. And again, if the movie was good, now they're stuck with this. Now we have to deal with. We can't just, oh guys, it was a great movie, but we're not going forward with any of these actors or nothing.
I mean, why wouldn't you keep it in Elseworlds if that's what they're going to do? Like, let it be there.
I think I don't think it was a bad movie, but I think there's multiple reasons of why they canned it. Like, it was convenient to can it for financial reasons. Absolutely. But I think they also were I think it might have been unwatchable in the sense where it caused confusion when you were watching it, because Michael Keaton was supposed to be Batman. So then
Yeah,
you're like,
and then they
what
bring
universe
back-
is this?
And they bring back what's his name to play Gordon,
Yes.
and he
Yeah.
was in the
J.K. Simmons.
Snyderverse. J.K.
Yeah.
Simmons. So there's confusion right there. So
Yeah. So I think that might have been the unwatchable part, because then you're like, well, it's like low budget. It's supposed to be connected with the movies, but it's not really a movie. It's a straight to streaming movie. So it's
They
like,
didn't even finish the all the special effects or something, right?
somebody.
well,
did say
that usually is not a big deal. Like you can tell if a movie's good without the special effects.
Oh, absolutely.
Right, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, supposedly it tested good. Is what I was going to say afterward.
Yeah.
I think we will see, and I've said this before, and I know like even the one who played Batgirl, she recently released a picture on Instagram of the second suit in the film that they had not shown. And I think over time we will get, like, there's always stunt guys that are filming their bits with cell phones behind the scenes as they're being played out. I can't tell me how many times I've walked up to Video Village over the shoulder of a producer with my phone and videotape a take and never show it to anybody, but it's like, then you have that, like, there's going to be shit that leaks out from that movie for years. It's just going to be trickled out really slow. So people will get to see parts of it and things. But it's just a shame that, again, but it just goes to show you how much of a mess the whole fucking thing was. Like the way it was handled,
building the universe. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just bad. So I just don't like the idea that they're cherry picking what they liked about the Snyderverse and keeping, like they just fuck Cyborg, all that.
Well, I also think too that if you do a hard reboot, it's also going to be like you have to really start from scratch, while you can kind of keep some elements where it's vague enough where people can understand it, like that. Because that was one of the things I was like, on my show we were talking about, is like, it just doesn't make sense to like do a complete hard reboot and then now you have to retell these characters' origins again in this new universe. So you might as well just take what kind of worked and just say, well, this happened, but it happened in a different way, and then just kind of like step around it and then just tell your own story, right? I don't know if that would work, but that was my suggestion.
I think that's what they're probably doing. I mean, I've seen or watched the video with the slate, but I feel like that's what they're doing. They're just going to kind of sidestep things. Because you remember, like, even the promos for Peacemaker were shots of Ben Affleck as Batman and John Cena going "fuck Batman" or whatever he was saying, pointing at the poster behind him and all that stuff. So it's like they were already planning to have all this shit in there. And when you saw the behind the scenes photos leak of the people that were supposed to be in the Peacemaker shot, they had the Batman, a guy in a Batman suit. They had like the Trinity there, but then they just decided not to put Batman in there. And then
which was weird.
They decided to shadow Superman, but the actor was in the Batman suit because he took pictures in his trailer of him in the fucking suit, and
Cyborg too. And then they just cut Batman and Cyborg, which was
so
weird.
It's like and that is all because I feel like when Peacemaker was being done, fucking Gunn was already lining up to take the job. See, that's why I was saying that for months.
Well, did you also hear?
I
don't know who said this, if it was James Gunn himself who said this, but there was something about how he was already contracted to make a Superman reboot before he even got the position of CEO. And this was like at the beginning. Yeah,
he was contracted for a secret DC project.
No. This was a Superman reboot. I would have to find the article where it says this, but it was at the beginning after like Peacemaker. They were like, "Oh, why don't you try making a Superman reboot?" I would have to find it and maybe send it to you.
Because I know supposedly he was working on a secret project, and then now they're claiming that it's the Creature Commandos was the secret project.
Well, he was working on like all these other projects that weren't known.
Somebody had asked him if he would direct a Superman movie, and he said no, that he wouldn't touch that.
Yeah,
he literally said that. He was like, "No, that's too, that's just way big." And now he's like all up Superman's ass.
Yeah. I mean, because then there was another project too. It was Jason Ackles was on a podcast, and he was saying that he was working with James Gunn on a DC project that was
Who?
secret. Jason Ackles.
Very interesting. I could see
Yeah.
him. I could see him playing the Batman in his universe.
I could see
You mean
that. I don't know if
Jensen?
he's a big Jason. Yeah.
I was confused.
know.
I was like, "Who the fuck is Jason Ackles?"
No. Yeah.
Jensen.
Jensen. Yeah. Sorry.
You know I'm autistic. You can't do that shit to me. I'm over here. Look, I was literally googling like, "Who the fuck is Jason Ackles?" I'm like,
No, I was listen. Jensen Ackles.
Yeah, Jensen.
Yeah. Okay.
you should have just said the guy from Supernatural. I would be like, "Oh yeah."
Well, he's in
Yeah.
a lot of stuff. He just hasn't really been in movies, like big movies. Like he does a lot of TV.
Well, he started off on a soap opera, so
Yeah. I mean, I would like to see. I don't know if he could be Batman. He's got a good voice though for Batman. I don't know visually though, appearance wise.
Well, I mean, but again, we don't know the aesthetic that they're going for. You know, I mean, you can't copy what Matt Reeves is doing. It needs to stay separate. So, his suit's probably not going to have armor plating like Pattinson's would.
Yeah,
So
I mean, you
it's gonna
couldn't
have
do
to
the
be
grounded Batman at all.
No,
It just wouldn't make sense.
maybe
that-
Jensen can play Hush.
although I feel Matt Reeves's universe is not grounded. I mean, it's very comic booky. I feel like Nolan's verse is grounded and feels like you could walk down those streets in Chicago and feel like Gotham. You don't walk through those streets for the Batman and it feels like it's grounded.
It's more like the gritty feel of it that makes it feel grounded, where obviously, the architecture and the way it's designed and some of the sets, it's very like
I mean,
fantastical.
I would definitely, I mean, it's very comic booky versus like feeling like real New York City.
Yeah, I have the art book for that, and it's like super detailed of like how they designed it and using VR to plan all the shots. Is very interesting.
That's cool.
Yeah, Jensen is good as Soldier Boy in the Boys.
Yeah, he was. It was that was a great character, that show, man.
But would he? I mean, that's the thing. I guess it doesn't matter because what is it? Superman also appears from wrist down on Shazam. What is that?
They're talking about the Shazam
headless.
appearance.
Yeah,
the
headless
Superman.
cameo.
Oh, that's right, the headless cameo. Yeah, somebody did a cool version of that with Henry Cavill's head on there, which I thought was pretty good. I don't know if you saw that, but I don't know, man. I'm taking a complete wait and see, but I'm just not going to waste my money going to see any of the shit going forward until that Superman drops or until we get a sneak peek. Or I think maybe confidence could be restored if the casting announcement comes down. We find out who's fucking Superman. It'll be people will either forget about Henry Cavill, or people are going to go, "Oh, they fucked up. Henry Cavill was perfect." And that's what's going to happen.
Well, to be honest, I think it was premature to announce half of the slate. Like, he only did that because he promised it, which he shouldn't have promised it in the first place. So now it's creating all this confusion, and now people are just like, anything movie related used to just be Marvel. Now it's like DC and what he's going to do. And it's like, well, there's not much going on right now. Like, they're going to start shooting probably next year for Superman. So it's like, why did you announce all of this stuff? And it doesn't even feel like it connects, even though you can kind of make some connections if you're a fan, right? Like, the authorities and Superman are probably going to connect, right? Even though the authorities
he said that they were. He said there wasn't. Didn't he say that? Superman
Well,
was
the
gonna
thing
lead
is,
into the authority?
yes, he did say that. But I mean, if you know the characters, right? The authorities only recently started having that connection with Superman. There was actually these analog versions of the authority called the Elite, right? And they had that animated series on that. So I think he's probably going to take that storyline and merge it with, just have the authorities instead, right? So, I mean,
it's going to be a mess. You know what's going to happen? He's going to end up doing his own thing with the authority because they're not really familiar characters to the general audience, right? So he's going to try to do his own thing the same way he did his own thing with Guardians, and it's going to piss off the small sub base of like, oh my god, this is not comic accurate.
I mean, I think if it's
No matter what he does going forward, you're gonna piss people off. I mean, you're gonna have those small sects going forward. You
Mhm.
know, people.
Well, the thing is, the authority I can see being popular because the comparison of, oh, it's like the boys or Invincible, like it kind of makes sense. But when you read the comic, it's not as gratuitous as those shows and the comic that the boys is based on, right?
Well, what was the quote that just came out today? Was it James Gunn that said the boys and Invincible have paved the way for the authority?
I don't know if he said that, but there was an article about
somebody
that. Yeah.
said that today. It was I read
Mhm.
on social media that someone had said that.
Because the authorities, they're basically the anti-Justice League, right? They kind of work for the government, and they don't really care if people
Doesn't that
die.
sound
They
like
just
Suicide Squad? You know, they're fucking. I mean,
kind of. It's
Kind of.
more like the boys. Like like the Seven, they're kind of gratuitous, but the
Okay.
authority, they're more like superheroes in the sense where they obviously aren't pieces of crap. Like some of them are actually good characters that you can relate to, and they mean well. It's just that their whole philosophy can be like, they don't mind if people die, right? As long as
The ends
the
justify
end
the
goal
means.
means yes, right?
Ah.
So yeah,
Where Superman would be like, "Fuck no,
Yeah.
you're not killing people."
they even have like this anti-Avengers called the Americans, which I'm sure eventually that will be in an Authorities 2 or something, right? Because they're weird characters as well.
I bet they won't call them Americans. They'll call them something else.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. But
But
it's gonna be interesting.
I'm interested in seeing because I worked on second unit for Swamp Thing. My wife was a producing assistant on Swamp Thing. I'm interested to see if James Mangold does end up doing Swamp Thing and what he does with it. And I'd love to see.
I hope so.
I'd love to see the same actor come back and play, at least in the suit. Mears. I'd love to see him come back and play Swamp Thing because he was perfect as Swamp Thing, and the suit was great. Everything was great. It's a shame that show, it was supposed to be 14 episodes. We ended up shooting 10. We had the rest of them written, but they took the last 3 episodes or whatever and just cherry pick shit out of them to try to like close out the 10th episode.
Ooh.
And it was kind of a mess, but yeah, it was supposed to go 14. They'd already spent $85 million at that point doing the 10. It was crazy.
Oh.
Crazy.
Yeah, I definitely want to see James Mangold take on. I mean, he's done so many good movies. Like I don't think Wolverine, but I mean his whole filmography is just like really, really underrated in my opinion. So I would love to see
I
him
enjoyed
do
the one with the last Wolverine that he did.
Yeah, Logan is a good movie.
Logan's
I mean, like
great.
besides his comic book movies, Ford v Ferrari. I can't even talk. I'm like
Ford versus Ferrari.
Yes.
Copland was great.
Or that the Western remake. I'm forgetting what it was called.
Which one?
Terror on the Prairie?
No. Oh man, what the heck? No.
Oh.
What was it 3? Totally blanking on it. Let me just Google it.
I have no idea. I don't really pay attention.
It's a remake.
Directors and
Terror on the Prairie. Oh, geez, Gina Carano.
Saggy says, "I love that Shaun looks into the camera when he talks. That's the actor in him. As soon as he sees the camera, his face."
310 to Yuma.
Oh, 310 to Yuma. Yeah, that was with Christian
Russell Crowe. Yeah,
Russell Crowe, Christian Bale. It's a good movie.
Yeah, he's a good director.
That's why I'm hoping this last Indiana Jones film works, man. I really do. I do think they're going to kill Indiana Jones, though. I'm feeling they're going Logan with it, and I'll tell you why. Paramount still owns the rights to the Young Indiana Jones Chronicle, and they recently, re-released all the episodes to on a box set and to Paramount Plus, because even though it's Lucasfilm, Paramount own that stuff, and they edited out all the episodes that had Old Man Indy in it with the eye patch, the old man with the cane and the hat and the eye patch. And so usually he would like open an episode, talk about something, then it would go into the episode, and then it would recap at the end with the old man. But they took him out of everything. And that's unfortunate for, just like Sebastian Shaw was cut out of Return of the Jedi, and they threw in, what's his name, to be Anakin again. But yeah, like Sebastian Shaw, they don't give his family money anymore in residuals because they took his ass out of the movie.
That's a dick move.
So
they
the
still
same,
gave him the money.
It doesn't even make sense to have the younger Anakin there. It's like,
Lucas says it's because he reverted back to his true self at the moment when he turned. Yeah, okay, that sounded like shit to me, but they could have let that. Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, they gave him that. They gave him Jedi money. But so the thing is, if they, where was I? What was I saying? Oh, it's if they took out all the indie shit, the old indie stuff on the Indiana Jones Chronicles, they did that for either two reasons. One, they didn't want him to still be alive, and if they were going to close this out and do what they did with Daniel Craig in 007, or they wanted to write the ending they wanted to write that didn't connect, or that it's because according to Lucas and Lucasfilm, the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles are canon within Indiana Jones's universe. So if that's the case, does Indy die at the end of the movie? One of the things that Indy has been saying for a long time, or Harrison's been saying for a long time, is that no one will play Indiana Jones after him.
Yes.
And I just feel like, and he's been doing the press junkets for 1923, the Yellowstone prequel, and he's been saying every time they talk about that, then they talk about Shrinking, that's on Apple Plus, that comedy, and then they always venture over to Indiana Jones, and we're not supposed to talk about it because we're on this press junket, but we got to ask a question about Indiana Jones. And one of the things that he keeps saying is he always wanted to do a film that showed Indy's final journey. But what does that mean? Yeah. Like, does that mean he does one more adventure and then he, meets Marion Ravenwood on a, like Clark Kent, out on a farm on a fucking wraparound porch and rocks in a chair? Like what does that mean? But the only thing I can think of is that, he's going to die. And, it would be fitting, although they're saying like in the opening sequence, after the flashback to the 1940s, when it jumps to 1969 and he's teaching college, the day he's teaching college is the last day of his tenure. He retires that day, which is why in the scene they show him with the ticker tape parade. He's carrying like a clock. It was like his going away gift for that he's running around with in some of the scenes, because that was his, like, it's time, your time's over. Here's a clock, here's your watch. Here's your watch, but this is what they did. So this is the last day of his college career. Now, is that what he's talking about, Harrison, in the press junket? Or is he talking about like where his journey ends? What does that mean? So it's really like, we got a few months, but it's a little,
Do you think they're going to erase Indiana 4?
No,
I don't think so.
No.
So they're just going to have his son? They're just going to have Mutt out there?
I don't think they'll mention him.
Yeah, he'll be mentioned. Almost like, because originally, they had reached out to Sean Connery to be in Crystal Skull just in a cameo. And he said no. If he wasn't throughout the entire film or wasn't pivotal with the film, he wasn't interested. That's when they decided to kill him off. And then Harrison, first Marcus, then Dad, and he's looking at the photos on his desk, and so it's kind of like,
then Mutt.
Yeah. So it's like, I think what'll happen is either Mutt will be, remember his big thing in the last movie, even though it's 1953, then 1969. So there's a big gap there, but he did say he wanted him to go back to school and finish school. So what does that mean? Did he finish high school, then go to college and finish college? And what is he doing now? Will it be mentioned? Or if he's stuck with doing the motorcycle thing, what if he was killed in a motorcycle accident? Like, what if they kill his ass? Like, what if he's dead? you know, and what if Marion dies from like, you know, breast cancer or something like that.
Just
And
killing everybody.
No, but the thing is, he's the only one left. And then, you know, he's talking to Sala, and Sala's like, you know, hey, I miss the desert, you know, and yeah, me too, but we're all fucking dead. Like, you know, this is it, you know, like, what if that's the way they go?
From Harrison Ford and that exposure to the atomic bomb. In Part 4.
Yeah, well, they were scrubbing him pretty good with the radioactive shit. God, that movie was rough.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah, fucking prairie dogs, man. I knew we were in trouble when that fucking Paramount symbol crumbled and the prairie dog came out. I was like, what the fuck am I watching? I literally was like, oh my God, what did I just see? You know? And then, you know, the rule in comedy is never tell the same joke twice. Well, they told the prairie joke 3 times. They did it with the mound in the beginning. They did it when the rocket car was going across the train tracks, and they're like watching it go by. And then when he fucking falls out of the refrigerator, they told the joke 3 times. That's why it didn't work. If he just rolled out of the refrigerator and stood up, it would have been fine. But the minute the fucking prairie dog was there, they told the joke 3 times. That's when the other 2 jokes became the punchline of all of it. And that was just, they just broke a cardinal rule in comedy. So I don't know why they did that. They should have known better, but yeah, that was tough. There's this one scene in Crystal Skull that drives me crazy from an editorial standpoint. He's in the diner, he's talking to Mutt, and he goes, oh, there's plenty of Marys. And he's like, don't talk about my mom like that, or like my mom. He slams his hand on the table, and the ketchup and mustard bottle fall over. And then when it cuts to Harrison's coverage, and he goes, settle down, kid. The mustard ketchup bottle are up.
Continuity error.
But then when it flips back to Mutt's coverage, Mutt goes to sit down. Harrison picks up 1 bottle, 2 bottle, because they were already laying down. So when you flip, and I thought to myself, I was like, this is a fucking Steven Spielberg movie. How did editorial fuck up ketchup bottles that clearly fell when he banged his hand? And what it was the same take. It was the wide shot over the shoulder of Harrison looking at Mutt when he slams his hand down and stands up, and they let the camera roll. And then Harrison goes, he puts the ketchup bottles up and goes, sit down, and he sits down. What they did was, when they went to the reverse to shoot Harrison and relight it, they forgot about the fucking ketchup. Whoever the script soup was in there forgot about the ketchup and mustard bottle.
That's a weird error.
Oh, dude, you go back and watch that scene and you're like, what the fuck? This is a Spielberg movie. This is a guy that made Saving Private Ryan. This is a guy that made, and how the fuck did they screw that up? But shit like that happens, you know? I mean, that's just as bad as the coffee cup in Game of Thrones. It's like, how the fuck did they screw up the ketchup and mustard bottle? It's weird.
It is weird.
We've had you here for almost 4.5 hours. It was
I know. My wife's gonna cut my balls off. No, it's fine. She's sleeping. My daughter's sleeping, but no, I could keep talking, but we could wrap it up, man. This is good. I had a great time. Thanks for having me on. I truly appreciate it. I hope I shared some fun stories, and
you did. It was fantastic.
Yes.
I loved it. We got to sit and learn a lot of things that we didn't know, some behind the scenes stuff. Plenty of interesting stories to me. I don't know if the audience found them as interesting as I did, but I was definitely tuned in.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you letting me have the opportunity, and I'd love to return the favor. I got to get Saggy on my show, Saggy Melons, because I did her show. I've got a couple of videos I'm trying to plan. What I was telling you about the author, with the one book and things like that. So I'm trying to do all this, and then I'm dude, you guys have no idea what's going on behind the scenes, but I got my project that's in development, and then I'm working on 3 other. I'm working with some venture capitalists to raise $10 million to do 3 films. So like, I've got all this shit going on behind the scenes that I'm not really sharing with people yet. But I think people will see shit when it's in the trades, when it's popping off on Deadline and Variety. People will be like, what the fuck? That's that guy. That's that fucking asshole that, would get on Twitter and have the GIFs or the GIFs where I would flip off fucking Geeks and Gamers. That guy, fuck that guy. I hope they have screen grabs of all that shit. I really do.
They probably do.
They probably do. Anyway, so yeah, I hope to have some good news. And Saggy, I'll check that email.
Yeah. Like I said, you're welcome anytime. You have my number, so you just,
Yeah.
if you ever want to hop on, just text me, say, hey, shoot me a link, and I'll definitely shoot you one.
Awesome.
Cool.
Thanks, guys.
Any closing remarks, Blinded, before we end it?
It was a great show. I enjoyed listening. That's why I wasn't here. I was listening the entire time.
I was listening.
He was taking notes.
I hope my voice was soothing for you.
It is.
It was.
You're too calm. Your voice, Sean, I swear to God, you get on, you start talking, and like, even when I want to interrupt, I'm like, no, Sean's voice is so soft that I feel bad, like, to try to interrupt you. Like,
well, I don't want to be the game show guy. That's always, like you see that, like the real rock stars, when he's talking to the fucking screen, you know what I'm talking about, right? He's an actor, and I get it, but he's really like fucking over the top all the time. Marvel this and Marvel that, and you're like, fuck, dude, don't point at the screen anymore. Like, stop. I don't want to be that guy. And we're back with another fucking video, or like that guy too. I don't like any of that shit.
I know you do have your own little catchphrase at the beginning of your videos.
I stopped doing it. We're back.
No, you did it in your last video.
Did I? Yeah. We are back, and that's it. That's fucking it. That's all you get. I stopped doing outros. I stopped doing my tags. I stopped asking people to subscribe to the channel. All I do is do a video. I drop us in, drop us out, because, like, I get it, man. Like, fucking people don't want to watch. Fucking Valiant Renegade has like a fucking intro, like he's a goddamn show on MSNBC or something. I'm like, no one wants to watch that shit. Give us the fucking information so we can move on. We're getting an oil change done. We're sitting here with our phone. Just fucking give us the information. We're bouncing. No, he's got to be like, and I got to rephrase shit like 10 times. That's what he does. He rephrases his intro like 5 times to get that fucking like
the ad revenue,
that listen time, or whatever it's called. Like God, some of these people drive me crazy.
Well, because that 9 minutes is like that sweet spot, so you can have at least 2 ads on your video.
Dude, I'm only doing 3 and 4 and 6 minute. I hardly do that shit anymore. I'm like, fuck it. I don't care. See, I think people like shorter shit.
They do, but here's the thing. YouTube likes to make money, right?
Oh yeah.
So if your video is going to make them more money because you have 2 ads on it, they're going to be more likely to promote you. So it's a double-edged sword, right? Like, you don't want to do it, but if I want to get people to watch my video, I got to do it, and then they're going to complain that it's too long. And it's like,
I don't have the profit motivation like in me for that. But someone a stream like this that's 4 hours and 30 minutes, they'll drop fucking commercials all throughout this shit, dude.
Hell yeah,
you'd be making bank. So.
We actually do make the best off of our streaming.
No, that's good. That's good. Yeah. I need to do more live streaming. I hardly do it. That's the thing I got to do. That's why I like jumping on streams with you guys and other people, is because I'm learning how all the stream stuff works. And, I'm interested to see how I can incorporate my channel with my projects that I'm developing. So, because that'll be really cool. That'll be fun. But thanks for having me on, guys. I'm going to hit the sack and smack my wife's ass. Maybe I can wake her up. And I'll throw an anime tentacle at her. No, I'm kidding. She'll never see this shit. She never will. But she might.
Yeah, right. She's going to like make the noise again, Sean.
Yeah. Yeah. She actually hates when I make that noise, because I'll do that. I'll go, and then I'll say the word moist. And she goes, don't fucking say that word moist.
Oh,
it's flashbacks. She's gonna be like, you're gonna find her secret hentai stash and be like, that's me, baby. I did the tentacle.
Yeah, I did the tentacle right at you. All right. Well, good night, guys. You guys take care.
All right. Love,
peace.
Peace.
All right,
Grease. We out there.
Bye-bye.